Alrighty. Good morning, Twitch, or afternoon, evening, night, whatever time it is for you out there, Twitch world. All right. Still just waking up myself here. Still getting the sleep out of my eyes, all that fun stuff. Let's see. I think I'm ready to go here. I think all my boxes are checked and whatnot. So let me see. Today we're going to be playing another Keymailer game. This one is called Rise of Industry 2. It's kind of a strategy game where basically you need to build an industry, obviously, up from pretty much the ground. You start with some basics depending on the map that you get handed, and go from there. So basically, you more or less you find your supplies that you need to find. You build your little plant around that and harvest the resources, make contracts, make deals, sell some of that stuff, and hopefully sell an end product that keeps your business afloat. I played this a little bit now. Let me see how many hours I've got into this. I've got a good 50 some hours into this, so I have been playing it a little bit. I've completed a few of the maps. We'll be starting over, so just you won't be missing anything. The only thing I'm going to be probably skipping is the tutorials, which I'm not sure if I played in this game anyway, so not much of a tutorial player myself. I do if I really have to, if I'm just completely lost and not catching on to whatever's going on, but overall I tend to avoid tutorials if I can. Just one of those kind of people. Yeah, so let me go ahead and I'll show you the good old Steam page for this here. Make sure I minimize the right things and enlarge the right things. Hey, all right, let's see. Let me get this properly. There we go. So let me go ahead and bring up the Steam page for you all to see. I'll show you they have a handful of trailers, so we'll just be going through those. Sometimes the music in those trailers tend to be copyrighted, so I'll probably not be talking a whole lot over the videos, just to kind of give you a heads up on that. It's not that my mic is dead, it's just I'm not really going to be talking a whole lot, so that way nothing gets cut out if it does get muted. From the especially from the Twitch video. A lot of times these still make it through and get on the YouTube, because I do record it separately off of Twitch, so I'm concurrently streaming and recording onto my computer, so that way I have a clean copy that is Twitchless as far as any kind of muting of audio and stuff like that goes. A lot of times it still makes it onto YouTube, no problem that way. Let me go ahead and get over to the right screen here. But this is Rise of Industry here. Industry 2, for that matter. Just released, let's see, not too long ago, just really just a few weeks ago. And they updated it on the 23rd. It says yesterday, but for me it's the 25th, so that's actually 2 days ago. So, but anyways, let's not get technical there. But yeah, so this is they've been updating. The only, I think I've only come across really one major bug where I saved a map. I believe they updated the game. I came in to try to load up that map the following day. The save was broken. I'll put that in quotes for now. So I can explain that, but basically I reported it on their Discord what happened. I provided a copy of the save, and I want to say it was just over a day and a half later that they put out a fix for that, put out another update, and the save loaded right back up, and I was golden. I was good to go again. So they are very responsive when it comes to any bugs in the in their games here so far. So like I said, they have just updated it just a couple days ago on the 23rd. So they are actively still updating this. It is actually an official release now. It's not early access or anything. So yeah, the price, it is a little steep there. So But if you do enjoy this kind of game, it might be worth it for you. Or look for a sale possibly soon. I know there's I think the summer sale that's probably be coming up. I'm not sure if they're going to be included in that or not. But Steam is always running sales and stuff like that. So if that's a little steep for your preference, I would wait a little bit on that. But otherwise, if you got the cash to spend and don't care about paying full price for games, and you like what you see today, I am recommending it so far. Let's see if they hopefully didn't introduce any new bugs with updates, because I know that can happen sometimes, that you fix one thing and you break another. So hopefully everything will be running smooth. I know some people down in the reviews were complaining that their games are only lasting like 30 minutes and it was crashing. I have not experienced anything like that myself. Hopefully we won't going forward with this. I will be doing the first maps, and I apologize for any loud noises outside. That's the trash truck. They're supposed to come yesterday, but it sounds like they're coming around today. I do have my window open. I usually don't have that open, but good lordy. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can all hear that out there, but I know it's pretty loud in my ears right now. So, okay, there they're going. They're moving on a little bit now. We're on a cul-de-sac, so we'll see. They'll probably come around the other side and make just as much noise. But hopefully, yeah, I was going to say, hopefully my neighbors don't make too much noise. I was just about to mention all that. Hopefully they don't make too much noise out there. I do have it open for right now. I'll probably be closing things up in another hour as things start heating up outside. I'm supposed to have another warm one here again today. Nothing too crazy like the rest of the country is experiencing. This is our usual heat. So even though it's going to get into the 90s and everything like that, that's pretty normal for us. We're just glad we don't usually have too much humidity with it. Usually, I'll just put that out there. But it's more of a dry heat, all that good stuff. But yeah, so I'm sure you can see the all the little preview screens that's been scrolling around here, and it's probably what you all been looking at here. So let me go ahead and play some of these videos here that they have for it. Actually, let me make sure I hook up the sound properly for that first. I don't think I did that. Yep, I did not do that. 2 seconds. Click, click, click. Done. All right, cool. There we go. And whoops, don't want to mess with that. Okay, there we go. Let me get that everything properly situated again on my side there. There we go. Okay, so let me go ahead and play those trailers for you. And after, I think there's like, total of four trailers and teasers and other whatnot. So I'll just go ahead and play through all these things just so we have a good idea of what we're going to be hopping into. See if you want to watch the rest of the stream here or not. So let's go ahead and get started with all this fun stuff.
You're welcome. Okay. Say hi to Steve Jobs for me. Bye-bye. Ah! I didn't see you there. Hi, I'm Frank Wilson, and I've been imparting my business insights for decades.
This guy's a stud.
Today, industries across the country are booming like never before. From car manufacturing, to farming, to coal mining, to food production. We're seeing giants emerging in every sector. For a small, one-time payment, you'll get access to a series of masterclasses that will guarantee your business will become one such American
Good old
success
VHS
story.
there.
You'll learn how to survey and acquire valuable land, exploit this great country's natural resources, kickstart your manufacturing, establish crucial infrastructure, forge civic relations, negotiate and fulfill contracts, build research and logistics centers, and finally, take your company global. There's never been a more exhilarating time to be an industrialist, so call the number on screen now and fulfill your American dream.
Okay, and that was the first one. Let's
Welcome aspiring entrepreneurs to the booming industrial world of 1980s USA. To conquer this wild industrial frontier, you gotta think fast, think smart, and most importantly, think complex. Because in Rise of Industry 2, complexes are your golden ticket to success. So what does a complex look like, you ask? Let's view a prospering iron mining operation as an example. Here is the central office, the nucleus of a complex's operations. A complex supervisor can be hired to work here and oversee production. There's no such thing as too much middle management. The key to this complex lies in its hardworking iron mines. Those rich raw materials will be extracted and hoarded in mineral storage buildings. When the iron's ready for a new home, it can be shipped away through loading facilities. None of this can be achieved without homegrown American power. Your utility connections will hook you up to the grid, granting much-needed power and water. And where might all this iron be headed? Onto a metallurgy complex to be smelted down in its forges. And with the steel produced here, even more profitable products can be created in high-end goods complexes, then shipped worldwide via a dedicated logistics complex. The only complex problem left is working out where to store all that cash.
Oh yeah. All right, let me do a couple more of the more recent ones now. There we go.
You're a go-getter.
Whoa.
You're a trendsetter. You're an entrepreneur. Start small, but dream big. The industrial ladder of success is ready to be climbed. Construct cutting-edge factories, optimize supply lines, and watch your business empire rise from the ground up. Move from humble beginnings to...
I also just realized that I hadn't switched over to my headset, so let me click the right buttons here. So hopefully I'm not doxing myself there. Get that out of the way there. And there we go. Yeah, I was hearing an echo, so that wasn't fun. Okay, there we go. I was just playing around with that the last night, so we forgot to set things back to where they were. So let's continue on with the video here. Let me go ahead and back it up just a tick. There we go.
Supply lines and watch your business empire rise from the ground up. Move from humble beginnings to corporate domination with new locations bringing new challenges. Play to your strengths by expanding and harvesting local resources. All to satisfy gaps in the local market. Become a household name and monopolize every part of production. Make sure to bypass local suppliers and bring all utilities in-house for maximum profit. But why stop there? Have the nerds in R&D find new ways to industrialize. And of course, provide much-needed jobs to grow the local town. But you can't do it alone. Only by having the best and brightest on your board can you bring your goods across all of America and beyond, utilizing worldwide connections. Well, what are you waiting for? Become the next business mogul today.
Yeah, let's see if it goes into the next video or not. Might not. Yeah, I'll just make sure it does.
Hello and welcome to Rise of Industry 2, the Industry Tycoon sequel releasing later this year. I'm Jack, and today I'll be showing you the ins and outs of becoming a money-spinning business magnate. There have been a handful of changes from the original game, as well as some returning features, so let's jump straight in. In Rise of Industry 2 you play a small-time wannabe, starting out with nothing but a company name and of course, a personal assistant. You also have the insight of business guru Frank Wilson to help show you the ropes with a series of short, but informative, VHS self-help tapes.
Hi, I'm Frank Wilson, and I want to turn you into a captain of industry.
His masterful advice and series of contacts will help you make a name for yourself across the USA throughout the 1980s. Starting small, but quickly working your way to the top, he'll be there every step of the way.
And for God's sakes, would you please do something about that hair? You're making us look bad.
New to the series and the main way to play, Campaign Mode sees you through 15 handcrafted scenarios. Telling a story from start to finish, you'll be whisked around the country, from making cars in Michigan to drilling oil in Texas. Each location contains a bunch of investors hungry for money, who have a set of goals you'll need to reach within each scenario. Do well enough in each location and you get to reinvest your hard-earned capital into your next business venture. If you're not a fan of story or restrictions, returning from Rise of Industry 1 is Sandbox mode, allowing you to customize your playthrough difficulty, creating endless challenges. If you want to get rich quick, then you're going to have to get your hands dirty. In Rise of Industry 2, you can build your business your way. If you know the right people, you can buy resources from other companies and get your production line a quick shot in the arm. However, you'll be limited to how much your contacts are willing to sell to you. If you want to be more self-sustained, you're going to need to build a complex for whatever resource you want to make. As long as you own the land, you can build it anywhere, and complexes are your ticket to the top. These industrial lots will allow you to build anything, if you have the know-how to match. There's plenty of resources just waiting to be gathered from mines, wells and farms, etc. This is how real business veterans make their money. Each complex needs something new to Rise of Industry 2, utilities. You'll need to hook up your complexes with pipes and pylons to ensure they have power, water or gas that they need to run. Again, there are different ways an entrepreneur can go about it. Buy in the required utilities from a nearby city, or, as with resources, produce your own. Just make sure you're generating enough to keep your complexes fired up and creating you money.
I'm not sure why it's giving that weird lag.
Believe it or not, to make money you'll have to sell your product. That's precisely why you can hire a VP of sales. At your instruction, they will start making friends with some of the biggest names in the biz. Contracts can be started at any time with companies you know. One trip from your VP to negotiate terms and the deal is yours, once you've signed on the dotted line. Now all you have to do is keep them happy by fulfilling your orders. Different businesses will want different quantities and different timescales depending on the product, so you have to run a tight ship. Make sure you have enough loading bays to export your goods and set up efficient deliveries to your headquarters. With this production line alive and well, you'll see a happy customer and a check in your name. Don't worry if you miss a delivery here or there though. Keep a contract going long enough or take your customers to lunch or to the golf range every so often, and you'll have plenty of influence to turn a breach of contract into a slap on the wrist. Being the CEO is all about trust. Hire a crack squad of America's best and brightest to expand your company's capabilities. Each vice president has tasks they can work on while your business grows. They can sign contracts with customers, improve public relations, and much, much more. Each human is unique, with special traits that give them strengths and weaknesses. Keep someone around long enough and they may even gain more from leveling up. However, realize that VP's traits are holding you back, then it's time to have a one-to-one and show them the door. Ready to step up your production to the next level? Generate tech points using your VP of Research and buy land using your VP of Operations. Land is also great for dumping your byproduct, but where's the profit in that? Instead, you can use the production menu to research new technologies, allowing us to expand into our new land with new buildings, creating new products and making, you guessed it, even more money. Thank you for watching. Rise of Industry 2 is coming to PC, PS5, Xbox Series X and S. Wishlist now.
Alrighty, so that were all the trailers for Rise of Industry 2. So if you do like what you see today with the on the stream here, be sure to wishlist or buy it up at the link up over there. That should be where it is for you. Especially if you're on PC. I'm not quite sure. Maybe down maybe over there on mobile. Not sure where exactly it would show up, depending on how you're holding your phone. Okay, but that is not Captain of Industry. Rise of Industry 2. Make sure I get that name right. It's because he said Captain in the middle of that video there. Got me all messed up. All right. Because I believe there is actually a Captain of Industry game, and let me just actually double check that. I think so. Yeah, actually there is. So yeah, so not the same game as Captain of Industry. This is Rise of Industry 2. So probably somewhat similar in name and probably somewhat in what the goals of the game are, but yeah, definitely different games. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close that window up. Anything else I want to do before we keep moving on here? I think we're good with most stuff. Okay, so let me go ahead and get this game fired up for y'all out there. Let me push the buttons. There we go. But yeah, but I've been having fun in this game, so hopefully you'll all enjoy it out there. Yeah, 80s, man. 80s. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry. Got excited. 80s music does that to me. That's what happens when you're a kid in the 80s. You just kind of program that way. Okay. So, get things properly set here. Okay, there we go. Push a few more buttons. Okay, so we're going to be doing the campaign. I believe I have all the other settings done, so that's what I've been running there. So I haven't played this in almost a couple weeks now. So I'll be starting off fairly fresh. Can't really remember the controls at the moment. There we go. Yeah, and unfortunately with this here, I wish they had a slightly better, I guess, character creator. I mean, you don't really see this a whole lot. I mean, it's more in the certain panels that you see yourself, but overall you don't normally see yourself there. All right. Thank you, SiriBot and Streamlabs, for taking care of that for me. So those two new in streaming, be sure to have your Streamlabs Zalgo is usually a pretty good indicator that someone's coming in trying to sell you something and trying to get around filters. I do recommend you turn the Zalgo filter on and also have SiriBot installed. Let me go ahead and get that link for SiriBot out there for you. So those of you who want to add that, basically you have to join a Twitch channel. And they will, so that's SiriBot. I recommend that to all streamers, new and old. They give a pretty comprehensive protections for your stream there. They'll basically block any bots. They'll detect certain people that are just going around kind of spamming, trying to get sell you stuff and all that kind of stuff. So that's a good spot to good channel to join and get activated. Basically, you make them a mod in your channel, and you are good to go after that. They pretty much auto block most of this kind of stuff. So Streamlabs basically blocks the Zalgo from presenting, and then SiriBot does the rest as far as blocking them from your channel. So very convenient to have. So I do recommend getting that set up. Again, especially if you're new, it'll help with all the bots, the follow bots, all that kind of stuff where people try to sell you things. So just a quick heads up there. I don't know how many streams I've gone through that it seems usually about a half hour into your stream is when all these things tend to happen. That's just kind of almost like a weird standard for me, at least. Most streams, I'll put it that way, have had one of those bots come in and try to sell you something. So I do recommend turning that on. Just a heads up to other creators out there. Okay, let's get back to the game here. But yes, I do wish that they had a more robust character creator. Unfortunately, what you have to do is pick your skin tone, whatever that means. As you can see, it kind of doesn't change a whole lot, so I thought that was kind of weird. The body type is simply male or female. After that, you pretty much have to just randomize your guys. See, we're already changing skin tone, so it doesn't fully comply even with what you put in. So hopefully they'll be fine-tuning this later on. So I'm just going to try to find a halfway decent character. I guess that's well, it's not too bad there. Probably just roll with that. Hey, what's up, Red Eye? How you doing? Coffee walk alert. Not sure if that came through last time. Oh, yeah, I have not seen any posts by you yet. So, yes, have fun with your lurking and your coffee and all that fun stuff. I think I'll just roll with this guy since it doesn't really matter a whole heck of a lot exactly how we look. And I'll do my usual Valencia, just so I don't dox myself further by actually putting my real name there. Okay, brand colors is not too important. Probably roll with that one there. The logo, I don't think. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have one where I kind of wish that they'd allow you to upload a logo. That would be kind of fun. They don't have that, but they do have basically the different letters of the alphabet in fancy little looks, as well as a handful of other objects and whatnot, including the brands of the companies that develop and publish the game. So I'll just be doing the V for Valencia again, and I will change this to Valencia because, of course, everything needs to be Valencia. All right, and the other thing here is you want to pick basically your corporate strategy. Each one of these gives you a particular bonus. Administrative research basically collects 1 research point per day from every central office. That's not bad, but there's I believe there are better ones. That actually is kind of a small number to collect. General contracting, it decreases production facility construction costs by 10%, which is actually pretty decent. Logistics expertise, that there increases the capacity of loading facilities, so you don't have to have quite as many loading facilities set up in your factories. That kind of stuff. Regional connection increases the power and water delivered from regional agreements by 10%. It's not too bad of a one, even though you can kind of do things like that anyways in the game. It costs you, but you can do that. Oh yeah, get that coffee. There's regional connections. Yeah, we just did that one. Okay. What happens when my eyes go off the screen for a second there? Efficient machining reduces the amount of byproduct produced by factories, farms, and mines. So basically, whenever you produce something, there's going to be either solid or liquid or agricultural waste, and you have to find out what to do with all those. With some of that stuff, you can eventually build plants. I think the beginning, there's not too much opportunity. You mainly just kind of sell it off before you can actually buy a waste plant to get rid of that stuff for it by either burning or other whatnots. Let's see, there's also factory footprints, allows 1 additional complex expansion facility in each complex. That's not too bad. Probably won't go with that one. And there's also real estate connection, and basically makes purchasing land around you 10% cheaper, which is not too shabby. I think what I will do though is actually the logistics expertise. That actually is a pretty good one to go with. Since sometimes you cram your factory so much that every little block of space is valuable, so sometimes having just that extra little bit of capacity in the loading facilities makes it worth it. So I am going to go with that one. Obviously, you can choose your favorite as you play the game yourself there. All right, let's go ahead and next it up here. You start off with a basic executive team. These are pretty much your peoples that you start off with, assistants and other whatnot. This will all become a little bit clearer later on. But yeah, so this is pretty much standard stuff here. I don't think you can change any of this stuff once you get to this here, other than firing this employee, which we don't want to do. So let's go ahead and continue that campaign, because you can always fire them later on too. So it doesn't really matter. So the first two starting maps is Cleveland, Ohio. This one here, develop Cleveland into a regional powerhouse of industrial materials. The other one here is Burlington, Vermont. So the tree-covered hills of New England and a location on the shores of Lake Champlain to make an ideal location for a timber-based industrial concern. We'll be going with the Cleveland, Ohio one. Not sure how many of these maps we'll actually be able to get to play in the next 4 hours, 20 minutes. I do plan on going another 5-hour stream today. That's going to hopefully be a standard here pretty soon. For me, I do want to do the 5-hour streams at the very least. If I'm really enjoying something, that'll give me the option to go a little bit longer if necessary. So this will probably be my standard starting time going forward is pretty much 9 a.m. Pacific. That'd be noon Eastern time. Not sure how that translates around the rest of the world. If you go below the stream in the schedule section, it should I'll have basically today's stream should be down there in the schedule, as well as the next week's Tuesday and Wednesday. That's the way it starts off probably. But whatever time that is, it should be your local time. It should convert that to you there. I will start posting these. I should have my Discord up and running pretty soon here. I just need to do some final tests on it to make sure it's nice and secure, easy to join. Everything's working the way I want it. Other than that, that should be up and running pretty soon. Then you'll be able to check schedules on there and what games on. I plan on playing. I'm hoping to have more of a real schedule as far as all that stuff goes pretty soon here. And of course, my neighbor has to start up his really loud truck. It's kind of interesting how loud it is for how small it is. That's always kind of funny. But yeah, I think that takes care of that. Just adjust things a little further there, but okay, cool. All right, I think we're ready to go on the first map. Again, we're going to start with Cleveland, Ohio. Start a new game. You can always, with all of those maps there, you can always restart the map, do a new game on it, things like that. This here will be is our first executive. Oop, didn't mean to click the right button. Yeah, don't right click when you're there. You'll go backwards. But yeah, she'll be our first executive to help us out there. Again, this just shows you, reiterates what you chose for your corporate strategy in the beginning there. That does carry over from map to map to map. I don't believe you can make that any different. So technically, you can always have cash reserves. I just give me the money, give me the extra research, all that. I don't care to have reserves, so to speak. Just let me know exactly what I'm playing with, kind of deal. So I will go with that there, especially just to start off with. So let's go ahead and get rolling with it. Just the volumes a little bit there. And hopefully this music is fine to stream, or else this is going to be pretty interesting to have a muted video. That's why I try to keep it fairly quiet in the background too, and keep on talking. Okay, any moment now. There we go. Oh yeah, good old Frankie.
It was not a bribe. I accidentally dropped the envelope of cash while visiting the precinct. You know, kid, the moment I saw you, I said to myself, this kid's got something. A little rough around the edges, sure. A lack of style, maybe. Bad haircut. But the kid's got something. And then I I said to myself, you know what this kid's got? Raw materials, baby. The kind of raw
Balls.
materials you
yeah,
find
that.
in Cleveland, Ohio, home of the Cleveland Browns, birthplace of rock and roll, and your first stop on the way to the top. This city is sitting on a metaphorical goldmine of natural resources. All of it waiting for someone to come along and extract those raw materials
Oh, yeah.
so they can be transformed into something truly spectacular, just like I'm going to do with you.
Heyo.
So I want you to get out there and show this nation that the
gonna
heart of
extract from
industry
this?
is still beating in Cleveland, Ohio. And for God's sakes, would you please do something about that hair? You're making us look bad.
Hey now. I've had this hair for years. Take it easy there, buddy. Bucko. Alright, so Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland was an industrial superpower. While it may seem that those glory days have faded, all of the key factors that made Cleveland a powerhouse remain unchanged. The area still has excellent access to raw materials and retains significant technical know-how. Show the world that the northeastern Ohio's industrial prowess is as much in the future as it was in the past by turning the area into a center for metallurgic output. Hot. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and start the scenario here. And of course, hold one moment there. I forgot to mute my phone. Sorry about that. So hopefully you're not hearing all that in the background there. I usually take that phone out of the room before I start streaming normally. Turn down my answer machine, all that fun stuff. I forgot to do that, so I am glad I reacted as quick as I did. Hopefully that wasn't too shocking or scary for you out there. All right, so anyways, getting back to the game here. This here, the beginning of every map, once you get started with the scenario, basically what you have to do is choose your investor. Basically, they're going to have a list of goals. There's 3 different goals for each one, and there's my Nova. So right on cue. She must have heard that I was streaming as I was running around. So now she's blocking the camera nice and like she always does there. So in case you're wondering why my camera keeps fuzzing out or furring out is what's really going on, and blacking out, that's what's happening. Good old Nova is doing her usual thing. So, and again, I forgot to set up the other camp for her there. So, oh no, she's taken off anyways. She just had to make a quick appearance to let her. So we all know that she's paying attention and make her grand appearance there. All right, but again, back to the game. Keep getting distracted here. Okay. Basically, what you have to do is pick your investors when you first start off with. The first maps you only get to, there's only one investor that will invest in your company. This is pretty much where you get your extra cash. They will have a list of 3 different goals each. So these are the 2 investors that are looking at us here. All right, so we're looking right back at them too. So this one here, they're pushing steel production, so they want us to basically acquire all this stuff. These goals here basically produce carbon steel. Certain amounts of it over certain periods of days, so you need to ramp up your production in order to do so, as well as sell a certain amount of those coils in the market with contracts and whatnot. That'll become a little clearer as we go. The other one, they want us to get into glass production, so acquire a new technology as far as glass production is concerned. Their funding offers 50 grand less, so a little bit less as far as how much they want to initially invest in our company. This here, we need to sell 300 pallets of glass, 600 pallets. So basically, that's that. So instead of steel, the carbon steel, it's glass that we're selling, as well as a certain amount as far as contracts go, selling that and everything. So it's either steel or glass is what we're going to be doing. I think we'll probably might roll with the glass one. I actually did the steel one when I first started. Once you complete their goals, most of the time you can choose the other investor and keep rolling with it. Not always. It really just kind of depends on the map, how far it allows you to go. But we will be doing the glass one, mainly because I have not done this one yet, so it'll be a little bit more of a challenge as far as everything goes there. So let's go ahead and accept this offer here. That'll show one of one investors now. Further on, once you get a little bit further into the game, sometimes it has even more investors, and you can choose up to two. That's as far as I've gotten with anything, is having two investors at the same time, going after different goals. So let's go ahead and continue with that. Let me just double check. I think we're pretty much good otherwise here. The settings, just want to check things real quick. I think the audio should be pretty decent, hopefully. Yeah, everything seemed like it was a pretty good volume now. The way it's coming up over here anyways. I think I got my graphics setting. I just want to double check this so I don't have any issues as we go. Yeah, I think all that is good. Oh yeah, this is the development team. Obviously, it's a fairly small team here. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus a few others are the main people who have actually worked on this game. So it is a fairly small team that has put this together. I kind of like that. Kind of like helping the small, more indie style developers out there. And of course, my answer machine's going off again in the background. Hopefully, you can't all hear that, or else it might be doxing myself. I'm not quite sure. But okay, moving onwards. We'll just go ahead and keep playing. What I'm going to do is hit. Did I hit pause? Nope. Okay. So we want to make sure that that's paused. That gold pause button lit up there. Just to kind of get an idea of where we are, what we're doing, where's the resources that we need and can use, etc., etc., etc. Here is our initial headquarters complex. You pretty much always start out with a very basic one of these at the very least. This here, you have different crews that get working on. So if you want to get them on a very specific project, you can actually assign them. Normally, I just let them go as needed unless there's something very specific that I want to deal. I am now the Hairless. Well, congratulations, Hairless. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Also still alive. Hey, that's always a bonus, right? That's what I say to myself every morning. Hey, I'm still alive. That's what happens when you get older. One of those things. So, hello. Glad you're doing all right over there again. Always good to see you checking in there. Always nice to hear that you're doing okay. Again, I know things are pretty crazy on that side of the world there. So, always good to hear from you. Appreciate you always stopping by. At least giving a quick hello and an alergy if necessary. I know Rusty's out there, usually keeps quiet though. But I don't mind. I appreciate the lurkers. That's how we roll around here. Let's see. So, so again, this is a very basic complex. So finally gone and got rid of my 5 kilogram of too much hip, right? I don't know. I'm keeping mine. I don't know if you can really see it a whole lot there, but yeah, actually the other way might work. You can't really see it a whole lot. But yeah, I got a big old ponytail back there. So one of those things. I got it more up in a bun right now because it is the summertime. So I like to get it off the old neck one of those things. But yeah, I'm a long-haired freak myself, so one of those things. Had that as long as I could have that. As soon as I got stopped working at a grocery store, I grew it out. One of those things. Preparing for the heat of the summer. Yep, no, that's the way to do it. Like I said, I man bun it. Not as lame looking as most, but I tend to man bun it around the house. One of those, necessary evils, unfortunately. But yeah, for this game here, so there's your main complex. You have storage yards, mineral storage, industrial storage, and this is the depot where everyone comes, gathers their stuff when you make contracts and all that kind of good stuff. And of course, electric facilities to power it all. So we'll be building those for every plant that we have. But not that I'm aware of, not that I've seen. I think this is mostly a single player game from what I've been able to tell. I haven't noticed any, unfortunately, anything to where you can co-op this. Most of the games that I've found on Keymailer this is another Keymailer game, don't allow for that, unfortunately. Great sex, right? I know, right? For Kevy, exactly. Yeah, he deserve it. Oh man, yeah. I hope that guy's doing good. I know he was gonna head in and get his little pump checked again today. I saw Liz over on I think Booty's channel mentioning it. So, not sure when or if he'll be on again today or not. Guess his pump is. Sounds like it's just giving him too much stuff. The way it's kind of not getting proper readings or something weird like that. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with his insulin thing. But it always seems like he's kind of running low on sugar, which is kind of weird. So I'm hoping he can figure that out. But yeah, hopefully he'll be on later today. Hopefully I can raid into him again. We'll find out what happens with that. This is the harbor. You can't really do a whole lot with this. This is actually kind of its own hub here where you can, I believe you can, not sure, I think selling stuff is what happens on here. It's been a couple weeks since I played, so I know they have like an airport. They have the harbor, as people in Boston would call it. Unfortunately, you can't zoom out any further than this. I was actually kind of disappointed with that. I kind of like to see the whole map and what the heck is going on, but unfortunately this is as far as it zooms out. But yeah, let's see. I think this is the only area that we own so far is the headquarters complex. I don't think we've built, I don't think they give us anything else on the starting map. I think that is it. Yeah, it looks like it. This is the little utilities complexes. They'll typically have that just sitting just off the map. This is how much of the local electricity, water that we're using. This is how much we're allowed under the current contracts. You can modify agreements to typically double them up or at least go up every 6,000 depending on whatever the base one is. You do need a VP of operations before you can do things like that. So we will be hiring mid-level executives, all that fun stuff. But yeah, this game is pretty involved. There's quite a lot of moving parts. First thing I probably want to do here is actually hire my VP of Human Resources. So the only way you can actually do that at first is just go in here and start the recruiting process. And after so long, we'll have an option of various people to choose from. So we'll go ahead and get that started. That's one of the things you want to get going with. Oh, let me read what you said there. I'm going to look for now, though. I want to put back a towel in my brother's room. Oh, fun. Glue the stick of the broom to the broom because the thread is dead. Study a little today and maybe more. Oh, and shower. Yeah, yep. I feel y'all there. Yep. Yeah, there's a few things I got to do around the house once the stream is done with as well. So, including and shower. So, yep. I just kind of jumped onto the stream today. I meant to do some of that beforehand, but it's pretty early over here, so didn't quite do it. Oh yeah, I figured you put study twice, but that's usually how it works, right? uh, study and study some more. That's the key to learning things, right? Something like that. Uh, but no, appreciate you being here. Appreciate the lurk. Have fun with all that good stuff there. So appreciate you, man. Uh, Super awesome you coming in here. Appreciate it. But yeah, so you have electric wires that go around. You have water pipes that aren't fully connected to anything just yet. Let's see. Trying to think anything else that we need to do. Here is just kind of give a brief overview. Here's the your contacts. This is where you can schmooze people, things like that, to increase your standing with them. Um, Sometimes that helps with certain contracts or getting certain things done with the city, things like that. There is a city up, I think, over here. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Here's Cleveland, showing it actually pretty small. I think real life is actually much bigger than that already, even in the 80s. But let's not complain about that. It's just a game after all. Maybe study won't happen then. This is with this focus mind. I know, right? Yeah, we'll see what happens with that, huh? Yeah, I always found it's best to study before I go to sleep. That way, it kind of has a chance to go into long-term memory, the way the brain works and everything. So, at least the way my brain works. I'm not sure if everyone's brain works the same, since I'm a little neurodivergent. So, you never know. Maybe different for you, but I always prefer to study first thing in the morning and before I go to bed. That seems to be the best. Always was the best time for me. But I'm weird like that. Let's see. So these are the different types of companies that are out there. These are the different ones that are discoverable. That kind of just happens on its own for the most part. This is where you can do contracts. You can negotiate new contracts, have production details, all that fun stuff. This would be where the deliveries coming and going are. We'll worry about that as we get to it. But I think that is the basics. There's the research stuff up here. These are all the different technologies. So there's a lot of different technologies all over the place. So really depending on what we're doing, since we're going to be doing glass production, these are going to be some of the ones that we're probably going to have to acquire at some point. But we'll worry about that as we get to them. This here is the city information, how much the city likes you and stuff. This is where you can increase your amount of housing. I found you really don't need to spend money to expand the city if you expand your business slow enough to accommodate. If you're just building like crazy, requiring all kinds of new workers, requiring more people to come in, that's when your workers will outpace the number of homes available. This here is the number of workers we have. So far we got 0 right now. 296 is the number of apartments and other housing for workers. So as long as you try to maintain underneath this number, you're good. Otherwise, you're going to have to come here and to keep your workers happy and buy new housing. Long as you don't expand too quickly, cities tend to expand on their own, I've noticed. And you don't really have to worry about actually paying cash because you really want to save up. You don't really want to be spending, as you can see, we have a pretty limited amount of cash here. You don't want to be spending 75 grand, which is a solid almost quarter of what our cash balance is there just to house workers. So let me see. I think that takes care of that. Let's see. This here is the investor that we're working on. So these are the goals that we need to meet. So that's kind of cool. That's what that button does up there. If you want to see what the actual details are again of what you got to do, here you go. Get that off the screen. These are your different reports. This will start filling in as we actually do stuff. Haven't really used that a whole lot. Again, here's more of the research stuff again. So another link to that. Land management. This is one of the places that you'll have to go in order to find what you need and build your factories in the right spots. All that kind of fun stuff. So you can, if you hover over the little the grid here, the grid number, the letter and number, it'll show that you own it. And this contains an iron ore deposit, so it's a quick way to see where certain things are. If you look in a spot where you don't own yet, it will have this little icon here. It'll show that it's surveyed, but the contents are empty, or it'll show surveyed and hydrocarbon deposits likely in a neighboring lot, which basically means probably here or here it will be located. So that'll kind of give you a clue which way to kind of go to survey things like that in case you want to need any of those types of resources. This one here is a sand deposit. This has water, so we can source our own water, make our own water plant, so we don't have to get it from the city, which is kind of nice. That'll save us money as far as that goes, because it's always cheaper to produce your own than buying things, which this game definitely pushes towards. So again, we are going to be doing the sand. We're going to need that to do glass production. So this is will be the main thing that we're going to go after. You can rearrange roads, pipes, wiring, all that kind of stuff to give yourself the biggest build lot possible. Once we get that going on, I'll show you that in just a moment before we get rolling too far here. These are the different overlays. So if you want to see exactly where the resources are, you do need to have your production plans for those very specific things directly above one of these squares at the very least. So your water pumps will need to cover at least one of those squares in any corner of it. Once that gets built, there's the iron ore, which we can just produce to sell as well, since we are going to be focusing on the sand aspect to make glass. So that's a nice resource to produce just to make money. So basically you sell the ore or the steel from that to get that. If there's any railroads, it would show here. As you can see, it clicks the roads and it highlights the roads for you. If you actually had a conveyor network, which we do not have set up and actually never really played with, that's the button there. Shows the power lines, the water lines. If there's natural gas set up, it would show that. And also oil pipes if you had those going on as well. Let me see if there's anything else. That's just event updates. These are any missions that will sometimes pop up. Your assistant will occasionally come to you and give you additional missions. That'll happen as we go. And of course, if we need Frankie's tips, which is basically just the help glossary, it has all the stuff here on what to do. So if you're kind of lost in how to do something, this is a good place to look, especially if you don't run tutorials like myself. This here, this just goes to the volume settings and whatnot. If you don't like a particular tune, you can always bump it forward, mix things up, things like that, and of course the game settings there. So just to give you a quick overview of the UI and how it all works. And on that note, before we get rolling any further here, it looks like it is time to run ads to keep those pre-rolls off. And obviously they like pushing the ads out anyways, pretty solidly every hour there. So this first section, we always have a little bit more leeway. Otherwise, ads would be rolling already. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that and close up a few windows here as things start to get warmer outside. I already kind of feel the heat coming in just a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and be right back, folks. Stay tuned. We will be getting this game going for real here in just a moment. I think all the introductories as far as the initial stuff goes is taken care of now. All right, let me see. I need to move myself. Let me do this. And there, I think that's appropriate. That way I'll be facing the right, yeah, the right direction there. I kind of like myself facing towards the game. There's most of the icons and good stuff will be appearing over here, so I don't want to be blocking that with my big old fat head. Okay, so moving on with the game here. Again, we should all be back. Yeah, definitely should be back from ads by now. I think I took a little longer than normal there. Closing, got quite a few windows to close up. All right, get myself all situated again here. So basically what we'll be doing, we're gonna need to basically produce sand. So if you basically look under resources, raw resources, it'll kind of give you an idea. If you click on sand here under the raw materials, it'll kind of give you an idea of what you need. So we will need a mineral storage yard to put that all in once we build our factory. This will show you kind of what you can do with, obviously you need a sand excavator as well. But this will kind of show you what you need to do in order to produce different types of things. I think our main thing is just regular glass that we're going to need to produce, so we will need a glass furnace. We will also need a source of soda in order to produce that glass, so we will probably have to wind up buying that particular resource. I don't believe there's a way to get it right off the bat on the map here, but yeah, that'll be where we start. So there's that to do. There's also the iron ore. We also need, if we were going to be selling this, yeah, so you can't actually sell directly the actual iron ore itself. This will kind of show you, you can buy it from someone. You can't sell it yet. You haven't met any the correct buyers. So that's where those companies sometimes come into play there. If you haven't met the right person yet or have a contact that introduces you, then you have no one to sell certain things to. So in some maps, you just straight can't sell it. So you can either build like a mine shaft to get it or an open pit mine. I typically do the ore mine shaft. Those are typically a little easier to obtain. And then after that, you would need a like a carbon steel blast furnace in order to produce carbon steel, which is the other investor. So you can always kind of like, because once you're done with one investor, what happens is you have an opportunity to start with a new investor. And a lot of times those other ones right off the bat are good ones to go with because you already tend to be producing at the very least something from that to sell for profit, pure profits. So you can kind of turn that into a more of a production line later on, just to give you a heads up of that. And then if you click on those, it'll bring up the actual carbon steel. It shows that you can't buy it, but you can sell it to someone you know. So that is a good thing to produce to get that. Unfortunately, we do need coal in order to produce the carbon steel. That's the one caveat. So we would also have to be buying coal in order to produce our final product to actually sell. So no matter what, we're going to be needing to buy a third party, at least in the beginning here, until we can find a location, land to buy our own coal off of. All that good stuff. So plenty of stuff to do. If you click on glass, which is the one we're going for, again, this reiterates that you need soda, sand, and a glass furnace to produce that. And then from there, we can sell that for profits. So we'll be focusing on the glass production, sourcing the soda from a third-party contract, and profiting at some point, hopefully, and probably eventually producing our own water plant, etc., etc., etc. And just basically scaling up is kind of what you do. So let's go ahead and get started there. Again, it's usually pretty fairly obvious where the actual resource is. They do kind of show on the map here, but if you do click on that, it'll kind of reiterate this is exactly where you need to build, because sometimes it's not, as you can see down here, it's only like one little square, but it's actually those 4 squares you can build on to produce that item. So if you go here, click on that bottom left, the little construction crane. This here has more or less your build menu. You can do regional infrastructure. That's where you can build roads, railways, conveyors, all that kind of fun stuff. Build the power lines, pipes, from water pipes to natural gas to oil. We mainly just focus on the electric and the water pipes for the most part. These are kind of extra stuff just to kind of decorate things. There's no true use for a lot of this stuff other than just making your areas look pretty. It's more decorative than anything else. But this here is your headquarters complex. So this is all the different things you can build on your actual headquarters itself. We already have some of this stuff built already. Some of these things you don't really fully need, especially in these first maps here. Some of the stuff is more for advanced maps. This one here is fairly simple as far as our goals are concerned. You can basically build a car parking lot to store new vehicles that you produce. But yeah, these are all your different types of warehouses, and then from there you have loading facilities, etc. This is the loading facilities that we picked as our corporate strategy. So we do have extra room in our loading facilities for anything ones that we build, which is, like I said, very nice. Since they do take up room on every single factory that you have. Again, you can also choose the various water pipes and connectors for said utilities here. This is the main roads that you see outside of your plants that will lead in. Those will want to be hooked up to your main headquarter complex, as well as any loading docks, etc. Meanwhile, you have access roads that are basically connect inside your factory. So every time you build a new factory, you'll have your main complex with a road going to a highway and road going to the access. The access roads need to connect every single building that you have on your lot, so all the product moves around properly. If you don't have it fully hooked up, a lot of times the building won't even get built, because it'll yell at you that you need an access road to it, and they can't get to it. And again, more decorative stuff for various facilities. This is, again, all mainly just for funsies. I haven't seen anywhere where it actually helps you at all. Unfortunately, all these types of things are free, so won't actually be spending any money on the decoration part of things. And then here's where we go. This is where you create a new complex, which is what we want to do now. And then that'll be added to our list of all of our other complexes once we actually get that built. So to start off with, we can do a glass manufacturing complex and a mining complex. We want to start with a mining complex to get that sweet sand that we're going to need to produce our glass. The green outline is basically where our plant actually is. So we have to build within the lines for our plants as far as everything goes. So it does look like we have a power lines. The road goes through our plant, and same thing with the water lines and everything else. So what I like to do is pretty much kind of see where those land and adjust the the roads and everything else accordingly. Hey, what's going on, Token Bud? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you popping in there. Appreciate you, buddy. You're awesome. Always coming in, at least giving the lurk, and a few chatties if you feel like it. But yeah, we're just getting started with this game. I've just kind of ran through the whole UI and everything. Just chilling, playing No Man's Sky. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm hoping to pick that up next time it goes on sale, actually. Been eyeballing that one for years and just getting more and more of an itch as I actually watch people stream it and stuff. So that's kind of cool. I think always good to be here lurking and or conversing. Yep. No, I definitely appreciate y'all, everyone who stops in and says hello. Always appreciated. But yeah, but we'll go ahead. Probably won't move the roads or anything on this one here. Usually the mining facilities tend to be pretty easy to set up anyways. You don't really not fighting for space on these ones. So we'll just do that there. Again, you want to have your roads connect to the main road, so you can have it either directly going over it or have it build a road to your actual main office for this factory. It's free. Oh, it's free on Game Pass. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I actually don't have Game Pass. It's one of those things I'll probably need to do one of these days. Been kind of lagging on that. I have so many games otherwise to play. It's almost kind of ridiculous. So one of these days, I'll probably go for that. But that's cool. It's on Game Pass for free. That's cool. Might have to check that out, even if it's just for that one soon. But yeah, but definitely been getting the itch to play that. It's one of those games I've eyeballed, like I said, for years now, and just never got around to playing it. It looks pretty fun though. Every time I see anyone getting in on it, though. So let's go ahead and build this right here. This is our main mining headquarters. Kind of like the main office for this factory is kind of what that is. So we'll go ahead and let that play out, let them build that. Then it'll yell at us that we need electricity and all that other fun stuff for it. And then we can build the roads for that soon enough. But yeah, I think, there is a little bit of room between our plants, so that's kind of nice. We'll probably just build another road over here on the side just to, or at least the utilities to hook up all the stuff that we want. Keep the main road to loading docks and whatnot. But yeah, no, definitely appreciate the lurk, buddy. I'll have to, still haven't really seen you online a whole lot, so I'm not sure all when you normally stream, or if it's the same time I do. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I'm trying to give you a lurk one of these days. Okay, so starting out in Cleveland, you have an incoming message. Your prompt response is requested. So up here is where all your little alerts, the main ones you want to pay attention to are these little decision type ones here. This will give us our good old buddy here, Frank, again. My PC on all day, so it's easy. Oh, nice. Yeah, same here pretty much. I think I'm just missing. Of course, my cats are freaking out over there on the right. There. Got some new cats in the house, and they're still doing their adjusting, so they're testing each other's boundaries. So if you hear any loud screeching in the background, nothing to be worried about. It's just what they're doing right now. Learn each other's boundaries. Oh, they're really having a slap fest. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Trying to get back into it. Just keep finding excuses. No, I feel you. That was me just even starting out initially. I was probably ready to go at the very beginning of the year, but it took me till March before I really started streaming, and I've definitely made plenty of excuses to dip out on a lot of days, but hopefully I'll be streaming pretty regular here pretty soon. Hopefully closer to 5 days a week is what I'm planning on. This is kind of like my main source of everything here, so hopefully make it a full-time job or whatever you want to call this. if this can be really called a job. But here we go. Good old Frank is offering us some stuff here. Ready to get going in Cleveland. There's some funding from the state of Ohio available here to help new industries get off the ground. If you want, I can give you some guidance and release those funds as we go, or I can just give you the lump sum now, and that's pretty much the last you'll hear from me. Since we're just starting out, we'll actually ask for his help. Those will give us certain goals to make in order to get to where we want to get to. I kind of recommend this for at least your first map. Later on, once you kind of know what you're doing, this isn't quite as important. But we'll go ahead and take his help, and this will give us bonus cash as we go along by meeting these goals. That's kind of what these little missions are about. So let's go ahead and select this. I think this is the right one that I want to do. Yeah. There we go. So we'll go ahead and do that. So he'll give us extra missions as we go. Those missions, again, will be up here underneath this once he actually gives them to us. So here's going to be the first mission probably. Still want Frank's help. I'm gratified, really. The first thing that you should do is check out production manual. Yeah, we've already done all that, buddy. Once you're there, look for the glass. You'll see we need sand and soda to make it. Luckily, there's a sand deposit. Yep, we already found that out, guy. And visit the production manual to learn about the process for making glass. So we'll do, and yes, after reviewing, I think that starting up a sand extraction is the right first step. So, yep, so we'll just click that there. Don't know if we actually have to, yeah, so I have an operational sand excavator, which is obviously what we're planning on doing anyways. So that there will be underneath the, as long as you have your mining factory selected. More stuff here. Okay, so we completed that is all it's telling us. So you can right click to dismiss these as necessary. Shutting down because lack of utilities, which I said it was going to yell at us about any moment. So it's doing that now already. Nothing to be worried about. That's normal. If you actually get out here and click on the facility, this is going to be the main one that you're going to want. So the first building that you always build shows you how much daily uses of electricity, water, or any other utility that you're using. So we actually need 150 kilowatts of energy, which we do not have set up yet. So I think our first goal will be to do that. Again, here's the cargo liner that they're yelling us about. Okay, all kinds of alerts are popping up. So I'm going to pause it real quick. Basically, it's just saying that it's been scheduled to dock. Once it gets there, I believe we can buy certain goods off it, etc., which probably won't be doing a whole lot. I know I haven't done it much in my playthroughs, so won't be worrying too much about that. Wow, how far up did they push me? But other than that, what you can do also, what I like to do is this just calls this a mining facility, so we can actually rename the complex to a more specific name, basically. So we can put it for sand, if I can keep that up there. There we go. So sand mining. That way we know exactly what this building is for quick access for later on. It'll kind of give you a better idea where what it is that you're picking, especially once you have several plants. They're all going to be named very similar names. So I do recommend going in there and doing that. You can always change the color for the complex. There's not much point in that other than just for your own personal kicks and giggles. So I'll just leave that where it is. Okay, so there we go. That takes care of that. So let's get back to building this facility here. Again, you always want to click on that good old construction thing down there. Let's go ahead and hook up our basic power. You always are going to need a power line connector that will get the electricity to where we need to get it to. I always like getting it on one of these little side roads because I like to line up my utilities all in a row. That's just kind of a personal preference. So let's tie that in directly to the power. Then after a while, they will build that line and all will be good. One more thing that we need to do is connect the roads. Again, every single building on your lot is going to need to be connected to this access road that comes out of the back of your main plant. That's just kind of one of those things. So I'm kind of doing a little how-to as we go along here. Fortunately, I, like I said, played quite a few hours of this already, so I kind of have a general idea of what the heck I'm doing. So I'm not totally going in blind. Otherwise, I'd be like, what is going on? Like the first time I did when I first played it. There's quite a bit to learn. Other than that, we are going to need to also, let's see, there we go, back to that one. These are pretty much like your very specific ones for whatever facility that you're building. So this one, since we're on a mining one, it detects that there's sand here, so it's giving us a sand excavator to build things with. So depending on how you do things, we might need to move those power lines some in order to get these fully set up properly. I like to basically make it to where we can more or less get as many of these excavating things set up as possible, just in case we need to scale up and have multiple excavations, etc., etc. That's just kind of one of those things. Kind of plan ahead as you do things there. We'll probably scoot this as far over as we can. Give it one little extra space on the edge there. And that way we can line up the road down here as well. So we'll connect that straight over. And then they'll start working on all this. As you can see, the road crew down here is building the roads. Looks like they already finished putting in the power lines, all that stuff, so it's not crying us about that. And there's my cat again. Always having to get involved with everything. So, always got to make her appearance. So yeah, so once this is all hooked up, everything's good to go, it will start drawing any kind of power that it needs. As long as you have access roads, you're good. It'll start producing the sand, but we need somewhere to put the sand now. So let's go ahead and build a mineral storage yard. Probably slap that right around meow. That's probably a good spot for it. And again, you're gonna need to connect the roads, so let's go ahead and do that. And that'll automatically start building. So as soon as this is done building, the sand excavation starts, it'll automatically start transporting the sand over to this facility and any waste product as well. If you look here, oh, it was saving. This will actually show you that solid byproducts of 5 tons every 7 days. Don't have to worry about it too quickly here, but that will come into play as our storage fills up. But we'll be using plenty of sand at first, so we won't have to worry about that too much, fortunately. We'll deal with it as it comes, basically. We will need a mineral loading facility, so this is going to be where we hook this up to the main road. I think I'm going to need to rearrange how some of these power lines are. Yeah, because they're just going right through our facility here. So let me pause things real quick. Rearrange. And you can only build on your own land that you own. Just to give you a heads up, I think I'll put this on the other side of the road here so it's not right in the middle of our facilities. And do that whole bit. Water lines we don't even need yet. I'll show you how to delete the different utilities and without deleting anything that you don't want to delete. You click that little bulldozer button. This actually took me a moment to figure out how to do this. But destroy mode, it's defaulted in all, so be very careful. It's easy to destroy things that you don't want to get rid of if you're not careful. So since we just redid the power lines, I'm just going to click on that one. And actually, let me make sure the other power lines are built first. So we'll go ahead and get rid of the water pipe that we're not using. So we'll just click on that. So as you can see, it only got rid of the power line that was running, or the water lines that was running down from here. We'll rearrange that as necessary as well. But first, we're just waiting for this other power line to be built. So let's go ahead and pick up the pace there. Meanwhile, yeah, a lot of stuff is going on right when you first start. Like I said, you always want to get your human resources up and running as soon as possible. So once you get your candidates in, these are our 2 candidates. This will kind of give you, if you hover over their traits and stuff, it'll actually show you what they're good at, or what their issues are for that matter. We're looking for a VP of Human Resources. Doesn't look like this one really has any benefits as far as that goes. They're good with operations. I see a lot of that. So they reduce operations cost, regional utility upgrades cost will reduce if they're a VP of operations, as well as they focus on micromanaging and getting gains out of little things. Each new level factory utility usage is -5%. Available loading bays is +10%. So they would actually be a very good VP of operations, since they have good traits in all 3 of those categories that they're showing there. This one here, this is a very mixed bag. He'd probably do better as a complex manager, but I'm not going to worry about that guy. I'm actually going to hire this one and move them over to VP of operations instead of human resources. That's kind of the nice part that you can do, is move people around. So even though I hired her as that, what we can do is click on more information and reassign her, this one here, to VP of operations. This is the one that we want to actually have her as. So yes, reassign her. And then we'll do another search for our human resources, and we'll just keep doing that as necessary. So if you do find a candidate who's really good at a particular position, just hire them, move them over to where they need to be. So if she was really good at research, I would have just moved her there. If she was really good at PR, I would have moved her there, etc. That type of thing. So just to give you a heads up, human resources is one of those ones where it's not super vital to have a lot of check marks by. That position will just need to be filled in order to hire other people, basically. But that's kind of the workaround in the beginning there. So we'll leave that where it is now as we search and finish letting the power line build now. Just want to pause so we didn't mess anything up or do anything wrong. There's another alert. Don't know why it's yelling at us, but okay. Okay, it's just yelling at us that buildings are being shut down because power lines aren't fully hooked up or the like. Let's see. Okay, yeah, because we're gonna need water hooked up as well. That's why it's yelling. Okay. And now we also have a new candidate search results. So let's check these out. She has a few good things as far as research goes. Actually, cost for new technologies +10%. That's not really actually very good. That's actually pretty bad to have a careless trait. Probably won't go with that one. The only good thing that she has is the city housing investment cost is -10%. not the best thing to have in the world. This one here, it's a Ludite. So daily research. Yeah, we don't want to lower things because wow, these are a couple of just whatever candidates here. So either one would actually be good at human resources, at least temporarily. And we could always replace them later on if needed and get rid of them. So influence cost to negotiate contract. Yeah, we don't want to do any of that kind of stuff there. So let's just hire this one just to have a human resources person. They're both just kind of whatever candidates. Let's see. Pause things up real quick here. Let's see. But yeah, I do like filling out my the executive team as much as possible. And again, it really doesn't matter what you actually job search for. You just kind of get a mix of candidates. So we'll have our VP of Human Resources that'll give us 3 candidates to choose from, at least some experience, whatnot. I tend to avoid this bottom one here because it's just recruit someone that they know. They won't necessarily work and may damage relations with the company. So I haven't played with this one at all. I mainly get the human resources and go for this one here. So we'll assign them. They'll report back in 4 days. Nothing too more to do there for right now. Let's see. We got another decision here. Executive assistants. So this is my, so I got a dude for executive assistant here. Hi, boss. Benjamin Hawkins, your trusty executive assistant reporting in. In addition to my day-to-day of keeping you caffeinated, cheers to that, and your schedule plugging along, I'd like to help out with an extra task. This is where you can send them off to do various different things. You can try to basically get an additional investor goal that'll give you some bonus cash if you complete those. Otherwise, they will work with VP of Operations to see if they can find any new land that with resources that you might want, cheaper than if you were to buy straight off. So that's always kind of nice. So it's kind of really just depending on what you want to go for, what kind of bonuses. If we actually had a VP of research, you can help them with any kind of research points, things like that. And then obviously you can just sell them to buzz off for 30 days and they'll come back again in 30 days for the a new basically to do this all over again. And apologies, I forgot to take my antihistamines. I do have allergies, all that fun stuff until this morning, so I'm a little watery-eyed, so I apologize for that. Oh, I'm not crying. I swear I'm not crying. No, I'm good. So yeah, so if my eyes are a little watery, that's kind of why. Hopefully that'll kick in here pretty soon. Just realized a little bit ago that I had not done that yet, so oops. I think what I will do is for now, probably simply go for this one here because this will give us a cash bonus if we actually complete it. So, and I don't think I actually clicked it. There we go. So careful not to right click. That just closes the window that you're on. Yeah, don't care about that. There's different conferences you can send your people to. I haven't really concerned myself too much with those yet. That's kind of another part of the game I haven't really messed with a whole lot. That mainly increases your contacts with various companies, things like that. So really kind of depends. If you need to, you need to. If you don't, you don't. Since we're just starting, I'm not really caring about any of those types of things yet. So again, it's telling us that things are shutting down because they don't have the proper facilities in place. Looks like our power lines are finally in though. So let me remove the ones that we don't want, and that'll kind of highlight certain sections there. So let me just go along and get rid of the pieces that we don't need. There we go. That'll just increase our building area a little bit. Cool. Get out of that menu. Let's slap some water pipes in. So you can see the water pipes will go over the road. That's how it works in this game. Everything is above ground. Connect it down there, and then we'll have it come over to here because this is going to be where we put our water facility connection. So, which is right here, water pipe connector. Rotate that properly so the right rows are facing the right direction and the water pipe is connected to the water pipe. Cool. And once that builds, then it'll stop yelling at us that we don't have water, and everything will begin to function as we want it to. So let me unpause that. Let things start building. We will need a mineral loading facility. So rotate that around. I usually like to put it right next to my main office and run a road to that. There we go. And looks like things are more alerts are popping up. So investment efforts, as requested, I put together a few things we can get started on to help meet our investment requirements. How would you like to get started? So we have this is one of our first decisions that we need to make here. So let's go with let's get going with glass manufacturing, build and expand glass production. That could be one goal that we go after. Or basically just change your mind and say, nope, I don't want any of these goals, but we will do this one because this is part of our goals anyways. So that'll add to a list of things that we have to do over here. And again, every time you complete these, I want to say you do get a little bit of a cash bonus to your funding. That's always important. You don't want to get in the red there. So it looks like our assistant or our HR has found candidates for our VP of research. Again, we either need a VP of research or PR, public relations, or complex managers for that matter. So we always try to find the best one, then move them to where they need to be if they don't fit in the spot that I'm looking for. So let's see, what does this person have here? Okay, so they have a complex manager bonus. Already have operations, that's good. Okay, again, they're a Luddite, so that reduces the amount of research. Don't want to do that. So we probably will not be going with that one there. This one here is a loner. That's helps a little bit with searching for things, but doesn't really help us much otherwise. For VP of research, they're tech savvy, so cost for new technologies is minus 10% research points, which actually is pretty nice. That's actually a pretty good one for research. There could be more bonuses, but good enough for me. So we might be going with that one. Let's see what this last one has. They're VP of operations, so they are organized, so it actually didn't help with that. Okay, so fairly similar to one that we already have in, but not quite as good. So I think I will go with this one here, Philip Hoffman, for VP of research, simply for that reduction in research points to do some things we need to do. And there's Nova again, popping her cute little fur into the stream. Here's her temp. Whoa, hello. She's getting a little crazy there. So give her a few pets, make her happy until she calms down a little bit. There you go. You're good. You don't need it. Yeah, there you go. You don't need to bump things. Okay. Always fun having a crazy cat that likes to bump your camera around. Since I just have it on a little tripod, I don't have it in a permanent fixed site yet. Hopefully that'll all come in due time as I improve my channel. Again, still starting out. I think this is only probably pretty close to my 30th stream. I just hit over 100 hours streaming total, so Still just getting started with all this, so always again appreciate any follows, any subs, anything to that effect to help me continue getting bigger and better here. Obviously, the more people who follow, the more people who do everything else help increase my discoverability. So always appreciate that, even if you just follow to lurk or just follow to follow. Appreciate y'all out there. Okay, so Philip Hoffman is the one that we're going to be going with here, simply because he's tech savvy, so we'll reduce the cost of any research that we do. So we'll go ahead and hire him, and we'll search for a VP of Public Relations now. Again, I like to have most of these things filled out just to get any of the bonuses that they tend to have. So we'll go ahead and do another search. So yeah, so in the beginning of the game, there's going to be a lot of hiring for VPs. And this is for each and every map that you do. So once we're done with this particular map, if we go to another one, we will have to kind of do a lot of this stuff over again. As far as hiring all this kind of stuff, I haven't seen a way to carry any of these people over. Unfortunately, that would be kind of nice, since we're supposed to be a company that's expanding and doing whatever, but I guess they're just more of a region. These are more of like regional VPs and stuff like that. So, all right. So I think we're good there on that page again. All right, we're getting the water facility built now. We already have our initial loading docks, our storage facilities, and our this here should start producing once the water is completed. So let me go ahead and get time rolling again. And as you can see, our number of employees is slowly going up there, catching up to the number of available homes. So we always need to keep an eye on that to not build too quickly to allow the towns to expand themselves. Okay, so it looks like we actually completed a mission of having a functional sand excavation. So we have completed that now. Awesome. And now, let's see. So good going, kid. You got that mining complex humming along. Before too much sand piles up, we should put it to use. Remember the production manual? It told us we need sand and what else to make glass? Soda. You got it. All right, but we can't produce that, at least not yet. So let's buy it, shall we? So we basically need to start a contract to do that. So I'll just say yep. And then this will begin a new mission. The soda contract will gain 50 grand, I think, once we complete it. Or actually right off the bat. So that's kind of nice. I think that's actually for completing the prior mission more than anything. Okay, so now that we did that, we're going to have to figure out where we want to put the new plant, and as well as buy the soda. So let's do first things first, glass manufacturing complex. We're probably going to have to put things way over here. Mainly, or actually, yeah, probably over there. Because we're probably going to eventually put a water facility here. An iron facility or a mining facility here. And that doesn't give us much room otherwise to build. So over here, we'll put our, we'll produce our glass. I don't think we really own any other land than just those handful of parcels right there. So let's just go ahead and build that right smack dab there. We will need to connect roads to it. So let me rotate that as necessary. Keep that within the lines. There we go. And let's build a road to this. Let's see. Probably want to start it right here. Cut over. I'll just have it run right next to our plant. There we go. course, I also need to set up all the other things like power lines, etc. All the fun stuff. So let's have that go over that road, connect it this way, and then we'll have it go down. Actually, I probably should have done that reversed. Hold up, let me just leave that in all. Probably want to switch how I have my power lines and my road hookups there. There we go. So that's an easy way to delete it if you have, especially if you haven't built anything yet. So if you've done an oopsie, that's where you correct things. Yeah. And I might want to move my building down just a notch as well. So let me actually just redo this real quick. So you can just delete the main building. If you don't have anything else built yet, it'll just automatically wipe away. So let me go ahead and start that over. So that's how you redo, and that's not uncommon for me to do here. As I try to plan out. So yeah, so that'll give us a line to put our facility, or not facilities, utilities down. So there we go. So quick do-over. So the road will be down here. There we go. And then our power lines and water lines will take this route. That way we can take it all the way down this way. And at least to there. Somewhere in that range. Okay. And then the water as well, because we're probably going to need water at this facility as well. Just take it down to there for now. Cool. So yeah, so that way we have the hookups for that. We'll need to, again, do a power hookup. So we'll have that connecting directly to that. We'll need the water hookup, because you almost always need water and power. Natural gas, haven't really found too many spots that need those, so we'll leave that as it is. Let me just get rid of that one real quick. Bring the water line all the way over to where it needs to be. Cool. So we got the water, the power. Let me draw the road in between. Again, you always need access roads. There we go. So that'll take care of that. Let's see. Okay, we got a good 10 minutes. Okay. For ads are thrust upon us by Business Daddy. Okay, so there we go. So this is the lines that we have to build our factory within. And again, the stripe lines is the land we don't own, so we can't actually build on that part of it. Just to give you a heads up. So we'll just leave that as this for right now until we get this, make sure this is fully set up and functional. I think it is now. Yeah, I think actually we're good with that. So let's let the lines, power lines get all put in and things like that. Looks like we have another candidate search completed. Again, this is mainly going to be for the very beginning of the game. So again, a lot of stuff happening at the very beginning, the beginning months here, as you get all your VPs and initial stuff set up. But yeah, do a lot of rearranging of roads, utilities as we go is what we'll be doing. So okay, so we need a PR guy or complex managers for various factories and mines and whatnot. This guy here, okay, is Mr. Nervous. That's probably not good. Even though that first one actually was good for a complex manager, accident likelihood minus 20%, so that's kind of nice to have as a complex manager. All complex course procrastinator. All complex billings, daily power, and water use goes up 10%, which we do not want. So this is actually probably not a very good candidate to have for anything. Let's check out Jack Carter here, Mr. Carter. He's organized, which basically means as the complex manager, available loading bays do go up 10%, which is always a good thing to have. Delivery costs do go down. That's for VP of operations, though. VP of sales. Influence cost to negotiate contract minus 10%. Influence loss for missed deliveries up 50%, though, which is not good. You don't want to lose too much influence amongst your people if you can't deliver something for whatever reason. Sometimes there's things that you need to shut down your plants for, so you don't really want to have too much of a negative there. It's already a negative enough as it is for when that happens. So, but he would be good as a complex manager, so that's for that loading bay bonus. So we'll keep an eye on him. We might hire and move him depending on what this one looks like. This one here, they're competitive. So as a complex manager, factory daily production does go up, but the chance of factory accidents also go up. So that's, yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best thing to do. They can also initiate the delivery management task. That's not too big of a deal. Okay. I think loading base. I think that second one is probably the one we're gonna do. Just to have that loading bay bonus. So we'll hire him and move him to one of our factories. So we'll actually have him. Oh, better pause the game real quick. We pause the game quite a bit in this. At least that's what I do. Let's go ahead and move him down to our sand mine. I think that'd probably be a good spot to put him in. So again, you click on that little more info, reassign the employee, and have him go down to the sand mining. That's what we'll. That's where we'll have him. There we go. And then we'll do another search for VP of PR. And how is our sales? I actually didn't really look at the our salesperson. Yeah, so we see if we find anyone that's good with sales while we're doing the job search, we may have to move them into this spot here and possibly move this one around ourselves. Yeah, she'd be a pretty good, yeah, should be all right as a complex manager. So we'll see how that goes as we find our candidates. Your body, your responsibility. Don't be an is that right? Yeah, I've had playing managers that have said that to me. That's for sure, or something along those lines. Don't get your fingers in the things like that. If you lose a finger, it's your fault. Wait, what? Yeah, so definitely know how that goes. I used to work on a print press. Lots of moving, scary parts. Well, hello. Oh, we got a dungeon, everybody. Hit that exclamation mark join, or go down to the Tangia little box down below and click join from there. That's also where you can get your little avatar some clothes. If you've run in any of those on my channel here, that's where to do it. So you're not running into these dungeons all naked, whatnot. So, okay. So anyways, I think we're good with this again. We got our new search going on. Again, we'll do be doing a lot of that every time we start a new map. So let's go ahead and get time rolling again. Set up our basic facilities over here. Let's see, what else are we gonna need to build? Always gonna need, I want to say this is We're actually going to need a mineral storage for the sand that gets over here, and we're also going to need industrial storage for the glass that we produce from this facility. So let's go ahead and get those set up. This is probably a good spot to start. There we go. So that'll take care of that. That was the mineral one. Just had to double check to make sure which one I just built. So they're talking about both. So yeah. So we're also going to need an industrial storage warehouse. I like to just put those right next to each other. Then of course connect the roads, which I blocked myself from. So actually, that's why you always got to check things before you get too far with things here. No, oop, hold a message. Hold on. Allow. There you go. Yeah, my auto mod gets a little too crazy sometimes. It's supposed to have very minimal auto modding, just so the worst of the worst doesn't come through. But obviously, it thought perverts was too wrong. Sorry about that. So there we go. You're all good. You're all good. No worries. I kind of like perverts though. That's kind of actually funny in my mind. So. Sounds like I have a funny accent or something when you say it that way. So, just saying. Okay, so we don't want to get it there. We need to have a room for a road, so right here. Then, of course, we're going to need the industrial one as well. So, slap those next to each other. Draw the roads between so they can be built. And now, we also need loading docks. So we will want to build those in there. So there's one loading dock for the minerals and one for the industrial products for when we start shipping things out. And we also need to build roads to those. There we go. Cool. Automod is Automod is very trigger happy. I have to allow so many different things. So yeah, so I just had the permitted term perverts. So, yeah, it's always funny the things I have to allow. And it's like, we added this to the list. Like, okay, that's awkward. But sounds good. All right, so we got that taken care of. We are going to want to get the... may as well start getting this set up, too, to get rid of the solid waste and all that fun stuff from our factories as well. Actually, need to build out for the other one, too. Let me get over to that. Can't forget that part. There we go. And then that will connect. Basically, we'll be shipping all that to our main headquarters to hold all the solid waste is what we'll be doing in just a moment here. Looks like they'll be forcing ads upon us in just a moment, so we'll be doing that in just a second. Just want to get this, unlike when I'm being accidentally not exactly right. Oh, oops. Did I say that? Yeah, all that fun stuff, exactly. So yeah, so we'll be putting the glass production facility, probably just go ahead and put it down here for now. Again, connect roads, always very important, or else it'll just stay in that blueprint phase forever. Okay, I think that should do it. Let me see if we're gonna have enough. So you always want to make sure this is what's needed, this is what your capacity, so you should really be able to build several buildings before you need to ever bump any of these to multiple facilities, etc. Make sure my other one's still good. Yeah, well, that's plenty of room on that one. Cool. I think I'm actually going to move this building up just a little bit. I was looking at that. Don't need it right where that is. Need that actually up there. That way it'll be in line with that road nicely. If we continue the, that way there's no wasted space, basically. That's what I'm going for. But yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Like I said, English speakers are much worse at actually speaking the language, or let alone writing it, which is pretty hilarious in my book. But I think similar can be said of other languages too. I know, especially like even with Spanish, sometimes going through school here in Southern California, obviously we have a lot of Spanish speakers. They weren't good with writing it. They could speak Spanish like nothing, but they were mainly taking Spanish courses in order to learn how to actually write the language. It was kind of weird. Their actual writing skills were actually fairly poor. So go figure on that one. So I don't think it's necessarily just reserved for English, but for most languages, it probably has that kind of issue. If you weren't growing up writing good, even though you can speak it fairly well, writing is always the harder part. Like I said, there's almost that weird overconfidence. Like, I'm spelling it right. Are you sure? Are you sure? You know, one of those things. Okay, so I think we just need to let this build. Looks like our lady, or our dude, or whoever it is that we have her human resources. I already forget, but looks like they're done with their search again. Okay, so we're going for hopefully a public relations. If we find a good complex manager, we'll go for that. Otherwise, a good salesperson that we can switch around if necessary. Because I know our actual VP of sales doesn't have any sales bonuses, so we need to keep an eye out for that. Again, there's competitive, so that production's up, but accidents are up. So again, keep your fingers and toes to yourself. Employees, we're not responsible. Let's see, they're calm, so they can initiate those things. Not a big deal. Okay, so that one's not a good candidate. I may just not hire any of these if they all wind up not being good. Yeah, again, nothing big here. Yeah, so this is one of the probably my main complaints about the game is when you do an actual search for a VP of a certain position, you don't always actually get. I mean, even though they have some skills, you don't actually get someone with any public relations experience, which is kind of funky. That should almost be like a flag that they at least have something underneath their traits or levels for that, but doesn't always seem to be the case, unfortunately. That is one aspect I think they can improve, so I might actually throw that on their Discord just as an idea or something like that after the stream. I do like to get back to all these companies that provided me a key. Other than streaming, I do like to give any feedback. I'm a regular play tester for a company that I cannot name due to NDAs and stuff like that, but I do play test games as well as streaming. Hopefully one of these days I'll be able to stream one of those games that they do provide, but then I probably really can't say that that's what I'm playing. So one of those things, NDAs are funky. I don't want to violate that because I've belonged to it for some time now, that whole playtesting group. But they do make a lot of strategy type games, and they now have indie games. I'll just leave it at that. You can work out the math yourself to see if you can figure out who it is, but I will not say and not tell a whole lot as far as any of that goes. Because again, NDAs restrict me from saying too much. But there is a current one that I am been playing a lot lately. Another reason I'm a little tired today. Was kind of up late playing that, so last couple nights actually. It's a new one that they're doing, a remaster of a game, and it's quite involved. And it's actually a game that I've been wanting to replay for a little while now. So it's kind of nice having that available. But I'm kind of almost working a double shift by doing so. So I apologize if I'm a little tired, not fully into any of these games, which I think I'm doing all right. Used to lack of sleep being a gamer. Let's see this one here. Get back into this, anyways. This one actually might be a fairly decent salesperson, to tell you the truth, as far as that last that level 1 skill, the Ace Negotiator. VP of Efforts and Mastering Contracts. With each level gained, new sales agreements will be 5% more lucrative and new purchase orders discounted by 5%. So that's actually a pretty nice one for VP of Sales. So I think I'm actually going to hire him, move him into this VP of Sales spot, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do with our actual current VP of Sales. If we're just going to move them over to another position or get rid of them entirely. We'll see what their skills are in just a moment here. So I'll go ahead and hire them. And then I will click on this guy. Actually, let me see what our VP of Sales is. Their skills is first. Oh, they are good. Yeah, it's that accident thing again. But factory daily production is 10%, so they might be good for our glass factory. I mean, people are going to be cutting their fingers off anyways, right? Yeah, other than that, farm and mine output, 10%. So they're actually a pretty good complex manager overall. So I think I will move them to, yeah, manager of glass manufacturing. There we go. Yes, do that. Move this guy. Reassign him to my VP of Sales. There we go. So a little bit of rearranging. That's what I found kind of a workaround because, again, they don't always give you the best one depending on your actual needs that you're looking for. That's one thing they really, I think, need to improve. That's one of my major complaints about the game so far, which isn't really that major. Okay, yes, I used a tiller, not a plower. Apparently, they're way too similar. I would imagine I don't think they are very different, at least to my knowledge. I think they are fairly similar as far as things go. Just the way they both kind of stir up the soil in various ways. But yeah, no, that's pretty cool that you got a nice little garden and everything. That's pretty cool. I did have one for a little while there, but with the changing climate here, things have almost gotten a little too hot. All the plants just kind of die in the midsummer that were growing good for years on end, and all of a sudden the heat kind of rolled in. We got more humidity. They put in a kind of a lake dam, whatever, not too far off from where we live, so it kind of changed the climate a little bit. Things got a little hotter, a little more humid here, unfortunately, and same plants we used to have don't like it, and new plants that we didn't have like it better here. So very weird stuff going on with the climate. Only difference is how much they disturb the soil. How deep they go. Yep, tiller is shallow. Okay, I thought it was something like that. I think they had, yeah, I was thinking that they were very similar. On the other hand, you plow deep. Exactly. Yep, yeah, that's more for, I think a plower is more for like real farms and stuff like that, actually getting real deep into the ground to stir things up, whereas the tiller is more like home use and stuff more than anything. So, but yeah, well, that's kind of cool. Yeah. So we're learning something today, folks. We're learning the difference between tillers and plowers, and sounds like Slicky wants to be a plower, even though he's only a tiller. So, just saying. We can have dreams, right? Something like that. Okay, so I think we're good with that screen again. We've almost filled up our VPs, so we'll be not having to worry about that pretty soon here. Into the ground, into someone, potato, potato. Exactly. It's all, whatever works. Whatever floats your boat there. Yeah. Yep, each their own there. Oh yeah, I need to make the final connection here with the roads. Get that going on down the line. Cool. All right, so I think our facility is pretty much ready to be up and running now. Yep, we're still good with all that. So we will be producing glass here in just a moment. Of course, more notifications. Again, lot of notifications the first, I'd say 2 or 3 months of in-game time. All kinds of people say howdy. This one here, this is the local mayor for Cleveland, which is the city that we're right next to. Usually water. Hey, there you go. Too funny. All right, so this is mayoral welcome here. Welcome to our fair city. I'm Ann Jenkins, the mayor of Cleveland. You've expanded quite nicely. I'd like to propose our municipal government as a potential partner to you. So how can we assist you as you get started in our region? So basically this here is we have a choice of what we want to get from the city. So either we get 20 grand just up front, just one time and done. You know, this game actually reminds me a little bit of Mindustry. Actually, I haven't played Mindustry. I'll have to check that out. You also make a factory there, although it's also a tower defense game. Okay, I thought it was a little different from what I know. Little I know of Mindustry. I glanced at that one time, and it did seem to look like a. Thinking about it now, I think it did kind of look like it has somewhat of a similar setup. Although, yeah, definitely no tower defense going on here. This is pure industry, folks. Pure industry. So yeah, so our options are gain just a lump sum 20 grand. This one here is 6 grand every 30 days for 4 payments, which equals 24,000. That's what I typically like to do. Otherwise, we can have just a lump sum of research of 1,500 research points, which we don't really need. We are slowly gathering, since we have a VP of research now. That's why we're gaining 4 per, I believe it's per day, or something like that, which is typically fine, especially for this first map. Later on, you might have different selections that you want to go for, especially if you know you're going to need to research a ton of stuff. That one actually might be better. Otherwise, basically just get a boost in worker happiness, which we're doing just fine with the happiness. We're already at a 5.7, which is just fine for me. We're in a thumbs up category. Otherwise, you can just straight refuse the mayor's assistance, but I do like going with this one just because it's the most cash, and obviously we're working in the red here for right now, so any increase in income is a good one until we actually can produce something to sell. So let's just go ahead and click that. How are you with RTS and old games? Not too bad. I haven't really played too many RTSs in recent years. I used to play a lot of them back late 90s, early aughts. That's kind of was my RTS phase more than anything, like with Age of Empires and all those kinds of games there. I used to play a lot of that. Not really too competitively, mainly just against like the computer AI and stuff like that. Haven't really done RTS as far as multiplayer goes. I've heard about Warzone. I'm not sure. Let me do a quick Google on that one. I was at the Warzone 2100. I think that's the one you're speaking of there. Oh yeah, it does kind of have a similar kind of style from what I'm looking at here. Yeah, where you build factories and other stuff. It kind of looks like that's kind of neat looking. But yeah, I don't think I've ever played that one, to tell you the truth. Yeah, 21. Yeah, so yeah, I haven't actually played that. I think I've seen it before back in the day. I don't think that was a newer title, was it? I think that's something that's been around. I'm pretty sure that's the same one I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, release date 99. Yeah, I don't think I ever got to that one. But definitely in the time period I was playing a lot of RTSs. But yeah, haven't actually played that one before. Doesn't look bad though. It kind of, obviously older graphics, but I don't care about that. I don't typically mind that as well. Don't try the one on Steam though. It's a re-upload of the real game. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that would figure. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have that in my backlog anywhere. I'd have to check that. I have so many games in my backlog. It's almost kind of ridiculous. I'd have to see if I have that over on GOG. I have tons of games over on the GOG that I have not played as well. Hopefully I'll be able to get to most of those in the future before so old I can't deal with any of the stuff anymore. But definitely hope to get to that one though. That looks interesting at the very least. So might have to check it out one of these days. Like I said, it's such a backlog as it is. It's hard to make an excuse to buy a new game with how many old games I still have. Even though that's not really a new game, but you know, buy a game. Let me just put it that way. I got literally hundreds, if not into the thousands, of backlog games. It's kind of quite disturbing at my age, how many I got. But yeah, no, that looks kind of interesting though. Is that something that you play a lot or anything? Is that? I'm assuming that might be why you're mentioning it. We can try it sometime. I can help you somewhat. Not that knowledgeable in it. I'm guessing it's a multiplayer. Lately I do. Oh, that's kind of cool. I might have to check that out sometime. See what platform do you have that on, or do you prefer it the original game, I guess? Yeah, you can multiplayer. I've kind of figured, man, most of those older games like that you can. I'll definitely have to take a peek at that sometime. Especially if it's being recommended. I always kind of like that. Let's see. What are we looking for? A PR person? There's not any people with any PR experience here. I'm getting a little weird with that. Oh, there's a little bit of something here. What do they say? As VP of PR, each new level costs for city housing investments go down 5%. That's all they do, huh? Oh, that might just have to be good enough for what we need. Oops, for what we need it for. I'm not seeing anyone else with any PR experience here. Yeah, let me just go ahead and just to get someone in that position. Okay. And I haven't really seen a full need for this year, unless they have like a loading dock bonuses, things like that. So let's just go ahead and do a search just for the heck of it. But yeah, no, might have to check that out at some point. It's got different modes, story challenges, skirmish, multiplayer. Got quite a lot of different bots to go up against. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, might have to check that out somewhere. I'll have to see what other platforms have it. I know I like to play most of the older games off of GOG. They tend to keep things fairly authentic to how it was when they released. I know they don't manipulate too many things unless it's just to make it still playable. So, from their actual site? Is that what it is? Warzone's site? I'll have to check that out then. Interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely make a note of that to check sometime. Okay, we got the cargo liner. Just like I said, I haven't really taken advantage of this at all. But for those of you out there who are curious about the cargo, so you can either buy, mainly buying stuff, and you can sometimes sell things. So if you actually had extra resources, this would be the place to sell it. Or if you actually need something that this actually had, this kind of like a random draw here. So that just has wires there, so nothing that we need. So we will just moving on from that. And different regions have either a dock or an airport or both. So it really just kind of depends. But most of those things you can just buy and sell random materials. Nice. Okay, so we're almost done producing that. So once that is done being built, we will start connecting the dots with with our delivery chain. And then we'll also need a contract to start off getting the soda to produce the actual glass itself. So those are two of the things that we're gonna need to do. Actually, may as well start moving the sand over here. So let's go ahead and add delivery. This shows you the active products or products that you need for anything. We're just gonna start with the sand to get going here. You pick the starting point, then you pick where you want it to be delivered. You click OK, and basically how much sand you want to move per day over there. And I did not look to see how many, so I'm just going to go with the one for right now. That's one of the things you need to keep checking the numbers. This thing here produces 40 tons of sand per day is what it does. So the daily production is always just going to be what this number is here, which again is 40 per day. This particular furnace only uses 10 tons of sand per day to produce the 6 pallets of glass. So we'll need at least 10 tons of sand coming here per day just to meet with production needs. So I'm actually going to manipulate this. So you just change the delivery amount, and this is where loading dock bonuses and everything else comes into play, because you only have so many loading bays, both at the point of origin and the destination. So if you have any loading dock bonuses, this is where they're taking advantage of. I'm just going to actually bump that up to 20 for right now, just to get a bunch of sand over there, because we're probably going to be opening up a new furnace. Actually, probably eventually opening up 4 furnaces to produce as much glass as we possibly can from that one excavation site. And we'll scale up from there. So let's go ahead and confirm that for right now. Cool, so we got a delivery for that. We're gonna want to also get delivery setups for, the waste. So we'll take that from there. In the beginning, it's usually pretty good just to move all your waste to your headquarters at the beginning. Not really sure. Let's just do 2 for now. We'll have to see how much this produces. Unfortunately, this is the other area. They don't actually say how much waste is produced a day. I kind of wish that they would say that in the outputs. That is one other thing that I'll probably be suggesting to the developers. Otherwise, you have to go over here and look in the building menu to see how much it actually. So 5 tons every 7 days. So basically, that has. So really, 1 per day. Is kind of how that divides out. So since we only have the 1 excavator, you really just take the 5 divided by the 7 to get how much per day is being produced. So really only 1 per day. Since we've already let it be going for a little while there, I'm just going to leave it at 2 just to make sure all the waste gets moved over. So there's no buildup in the storage facilities here. But I will scale that down as necessary or up as necessary. That's one of those things you have to kind of keep an eye on as you go. So that takes care of all the exports from that facility, for now anyways. This one here, we do need to see what the amount of waste that we're gonna have for this. So 8 tons every 10 days. So again, just only for each factory, it's less than 1 ton of waste per day. So let's go ahead and get the that set up real quick. So point of origin, point of delivery, and we'll leave that at 1 since we're not producing anything just yet. We'll scale that up the more factories that we build over there. Okay, so I think that is good for now. The only other thing that we're going to need to do now is do a contract. So we're going to need to negotiate a contract. This is our VP of sales, so yep, we'll sign him. Select the resource that we want. We need soda. That's like baking soda type of thing, you know. Soda, not actual, not the beverage. And make sure this is on the correct setting. We don't want to sell any soda. We need to actually buy it. So make sure that's switched over to the correct one. And from here, actually I want to say, let me actually double check something real quick. See how much we're actually going to need, because we're probably going to set up again 4 glass factories to ship things around with. Actually, I think you just click on the building there. So we will need 4 drums of soda per day once we scale up. So we'll just go with the contract that hopefully will provide 4 drums of soda, roughly 4 drums of soda per day for that. So let's just click through that again. Soda, confirm. We want to buy it. Okay, so let's look at the different contracts. This here is nice to look at, but the main number you're really going to want to see is the average number of drums per day that we'll be getting. So this one here is only that, for that first one is only 0.75, which is way too low for what we want. That's 1.37. That's just shy of 2. So we may have to do 2 contracts to get the total number of soda that we need. So 1.87 plus the 214, that would be 4.01 if I'm doing the math correctly in my head there real quick, which will be almost just perfect for what we need. So we'll actually have to have 2 different contracts to get the full amount of what we need. So let's just go ahead and I'll do the bigger one first. So we'll go for this contract. And you can only sign contracts every so often. There's kind of like a cool down period in between each and every contract, just to give you a heads up out there. So we'll go ahead and start with this one. So we're actually be getting that delivery very quickly here. That'll go to your main headquarters. Later on, you can have other logistical facilities where you can actually have it delivered to other places. A lot of times closer to where your actual production is. That way your main office headquarters doesn't get completely inundated with raw materials and stuff like that. But again, that's for more complicated maps. This first one is actually a fairly simple map when it comes down to it, for it to be a good playthrough, just to give everyone a good idea how this game is, all that fun stuff. So again, as you can see, doing a new contract, we have a cooldown of about 3 days. So that's when we'll do our other soda contract. In the meanwhile, let's go back over here to this facility, get a second manufacturing site set up. That way we can be using all the soda and all the sand that we're having shipped here. That will do there. Okay, so now that we have 2 of those, we're going to have a total of 16 tons of solid waste per every 10 days. So now we're at 1.6. As far as all kinds of decisions popping up there, so I better pause it. So we will be having 1.6 tons of waste per day. So I do need to make sure that that's in it at least 2 now for the deliveries. So let me go ahead and bump this up just a hair. That'll take care of that aspect. So with the current setup of 2 factories, 20 tons of sand moving over here, we're going to need to set up 1 more delivery for the soda to get from our main headquarters to our glass manufacturing, and we will bump that up to 2 per day. Again, this is always a per day delivery. once this gets so complicated over here, I mean, there's one map that I have where I have like about, I think, 20 or 30 deliveries going on at various places. It does get a little daunting to look at this, so you can organize by destination, the origin that things are starting out at, or even just a simple resource, which really comes in handy. That way you're making sure everything's moving exactly where it needs to move, etc. So I think we are good for now. I think we got 2 waste ones coming from each there to the main. We have the soda that we're having purchased, go there. We're having sand, move there. The only other thing that we're going to need to do, I want to say it was 6 pallets of per day that's being produced here. Yeah, 6 pallets per day. So we're going to need a total of 12 pallets moved over to our headquarters as they're produced. So one more delivery that we need to add in. That way we can actually sell that product. So let's just go ahead and connect those. And this shows pallets per day. So we need to bump that up to 12. Confirm that. It's good to have those set up ahead of time. That way, as soon as you start producing, it automatically starts shipping out. So there's no, hopefully no build up until your production outmatches your sales. So, but I think we're good here now. Let's go ahead and see what all these little decisions are up here. Contract update. Okay, so basically once you sign a contract, or negotiate a contract, you have to do the final signing of it. Typically pops up a day or 2 later. And that way, if you did change your mind for whatever reason, you can hold off on the contract. That would be that bottom option, or just start it immediately, which is what we want to do. So we'll just ready to sign. So there we go. There's our first contract, all nice and pretty now, all set up. This here shows your relationship. That's the first number there. So if you don't meet your sales, you don't actually produce enough. Like say if we're selling glass, we didn't have enough glass produced for our contract, it would put a ding in our relationship. And that can basically just keep going down only so far. And then if it gets down too far, they will possibly cancel the contract with us. You can also renegotiate after so many days and having the influence up high enough, which is the second number. So the longer you're in business with someone, the more deliveries you make or accept, the higher this number goes. So since they're selling a soda, if we weren't moving it to this facility to use and it just all kept stockpiling at our headquarters, eventually we won't have any room at our headquarters. It'll say, hey, we can't make our delivery. What the heck? And our influence and relationship would go down at that point. So just to kind of give you a heads up on the consequences of that. We want to try to avoid that at all costs, of course. Never want to not meet our contract goals. So yeah, and if we need to eventually up our production, and we do enough smaller sales, then basically we can go to a medium-sized contract and eventually large-sized contracts with different vendors. And clicking on renegotiate contract terms is where to do it. That's the location there. Just to also give you a heads up on how things like that work. We'll show you as we go along. Okay, so what other... Okay, just him reiterating that we needed the soda. Oh, he's congratulating because we did do the contract. That's right. I kind of forgot that we had those missions going on. So nicely done. You've got a good team. I mean, it's small at the moment, but I see potential here. Now we can put it all together to make glass. So start a new glass complex and begin making the stuff, will ya? That's already on it, buddy. So this here is saying build a glass complex. going with glass production, and we are already in the middle of that, but we do get a 75 grand bonus for completing this objective. So that's pretty cool. And this is just reiterating the different missions that we've completed and which ones we still have left to do here. Okay, let's see. That's right. We were looking for a main headquarters manager. Let's see what this guy can say. So he cannot initiate complex tours. I'm not sure how important that would be. What else does this guy do? Building daily power and water use, minus 20%. So that's pretty good if we didn't have someone for that already. So this guy can initiate complex tours. I'm not sure how important that would be. Yeah, I don't think I care for any of these candidates, so I'm just going to go ahead and reject all of those. Do another search for our main headquarters. Main thing I'm looking for this position here is loading dock stuff, because you need a lot of loading dock area for your main office typically, or main headquarters, whatever you want to call it. Cool. There we go. Got that set up now. Cool. So that we'll be looking for that. We're still waiting for our actual glass production to begin over here. And once that's done, we will try to sell the glass. So let's have everything start moving along. We'll have to do a new contract as soon as this is available to make sure that we get more soda so we can produce the full array of glass that we can produce. But for now, let's just let things run a little bit. Okay. Yeah, because we are producing 40 tons here. So actually, let's go ahead and bump this up since we are planning on doing that. So you can either do with the plus or minuses, or you can just type in 40 and confirm that. And then we'll bump this up to 4 because that's what we're going to need. We'll bump this up to 24 because we're going to be doubling all our numbers here pretty soon. Okay. And we'll probably want to go ahead and bump these up as well for all the extra waste that we're going to be producing. I'll get those numbers more specific once everything is fully set up and running here. Okay, so let's check this out, see if we found a good manager yet. I am not seeing good stuff here yet. Just gonna read through rather than keep talking about these guys every single time. Yeah, still not good for what we need it for. Like I said, I'm mainly looking for a loading dock bonus. So reject and search again. So sometimes you have to do several searches to find the right people that you need, especially once you start getting all your positions filled here like I have. Okay, so let that keep running. And I don't think it costs you anything per search or anything like that. So that's good. Okay, what's this complaining about? Failed due to lack of. Yeah, we know. We're trying to get it there. Just take it easy, guys. Let me go ahead and get more of these going on to use our full array of resources for that sand pit that we got going. Always may as well max production as much as we can so we can sell as much as we can. Okay, so we still have enough power. Nope, we're going to need to put in one more of each, actually, to produce enough water or accept enough water and electricity as necessary. So let's go ahead and do that. So you build, expand, build some more. Build, expand, all that fun stuff. Just rinse and repeat. Let's get the water line over there. Let's get the power lines over there. There we go. Cool. And after that, I think all deliveries are good there. We do need to make one more new contract to finish getting all the soda that we need. Bye. And this here shows you that you already technically have a contract with this company. So basically saying it's not available while you already have an active one. You have to renegotiate. So that's where that comes into play. So let's go ahead and do this because that'll give us our 4 per day that we need. Cool. And that will start any moment now. All right. I think on that note, let's see. Let's do the math real quick here. So 8 tons times 4 would be 32. So we're producing 3.2 tons of waste every day. So we're good with the amount because we're having 4 being transferred. So cool. We're good there. Let's check this place out over here for the sand mining. This here is, so that'd be 20 tons every 7 days, which would be just shy of 3. So we can actually lower our transfer rate. Because the higher the numbers you have, the more it costs you. Just FYI. So as you can see, current daily maintenance cost for trucks in this delivery is $50. If you lower it down to 3 tons, which is all we need it for, I think that's all we needed it for. 3. Yeah, that is exactly it. So yeah, just shy of 3 is what we're producing. So that lowers it down to 36. So we're saving $14 per day, even though it doesn't sound like much. With the amount of money that we have, it actually is a good amount. So that will work there. So always want to streamline things as much as possible. Only move what you need to move because again, it costs you, etc. So, and only buy what you really need to buy. We will be having to sell our solid waste here pretty soon. So that was producing 3.1 or 2.1 per day. Just trying to think of the numbers yet again here. Like I said, this can get pretty complicated after a while. This is 3.2, so that'd be 5. So we found a contract that will buy solid waste for really about 5.5 per day. That would almost be right on the money for where we need it. So one more contract that we're going to need to sign, and we have a few days before we can do that. So let's just let time roll for right now. Let all of our production fire up. Okay, and we got our this person here. Who's this? Oh, this is who we buy soda from. So, sure, we depend on you as a vendor, or I'd love to join you. So this here is where sometimes they will come to you, say, hey, do you want to go whatever? Golfing is typically what they say. That will increase your influence and, and your relationship by certain amounts there. So you almost always want to go for this. It's pretty rare that you'd want to just straight decline. There's really no purpose to ever decline, as far as I can tell. It's always just which one you want to select as far as your options go for accepting. So always say yes, because you always want to improve your relationships. Okay, and yes, we want to complete our contract. Again, about a day or so after making a contract, you have to do the final signing. Yep, and this shows you kind of where the goods will be going, where they'll be picked up at or dropped off at, things like that. So, and how much it's actually costing you. So, as all our facilities fire up here, you kind of want to get a little bit of a stockpile at first. That way, when you begin a contract, you kind of already have a little bit of supplies as far as whatever you're selling on hand. It'll kind of give you a heads up in case production ever slows down for any random reason that it will pop up. Okay, probably because we completed one of our things that we needed to do there. So seeking soda, you probably noticed the soda is a key ingredient to glass production. Would you like to start making some here in Cleveland? I can help you get started. So sulfur is critical for soda. Can you manage to arrange for some land with a deposit? That's actually a pretty good one to do. Because again, you don't want to buy goods necessarily. You kind of want to produce everything yourself. It's the most cost efficient, etc. Otherwise, you're paying a markup. So let's go ahead and select this one here. This will automatically let us become owner of a nearby lot that has a deposit of sulfur. So let's go ahead and do that. So again, more hiring. So they can initiate complex tours, which is fine for our headquarters especially. Central offices, here we go. This actually is a fairly good one. Probably do better as a VP of research, but that's fine. So yeah, not really too good of a bonus for what we need him as, so we probably won't go with that guy. Production as well, nope. Just reading through these real quick myself, not gonna keep repeating the same thing over and over there for y'all out there. Logistics whiz. Let's see, what does this say? The manager excels at routing trucks and vehicles and managing schedules. As a complex managers gain 10% more loading capacity. Yes, this is who I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for you, Lorraine. Get in my headquarters now. I mean, what? Okay, there we go. So we have a full roster of VPs and managers at our various plants and headquarters now, and reaping all the benefits of their bonuses. Sweet. Okay, so now we just have to survive long enough to make our first sales. We will be producing 24 pallets fairly soon here. Let's see what our initial contracts can be for, though. So we do want to sell it. That is correct. This shows you how much you're actually currently producing. So we're currently producing 12, which is fine. Yeah, because all these contracts are only like, this one here is like 4.28 pallets per day. We can easily cover that already. Yeah, that's like a 4.83. So apply that middle one would probably be, actually this one here, average of 5 pallets per day. So let's go ahead and roll with this guy at first. Doing this one here. So we are selling a total of 5 pallets per day so far. So lots of fun math involved in this game. Hopefully you can do it in your head, because I'm not sure if there's always a spot in the game to find this information. I would imagine somewhere in one of these menus here, but I usually just add it all up myself. So, okay, so we'll go ahead and get that started, since we should already have some glass over here. Yep, we already got 42 pallets. So already have enough for our first delivery, basically. That's kind of where I like to get at before making a contract. So we're right in line, and then we'll start making some cash. And as soon as we fully sign on to the contract, that is. So looks like we just acquired a lot for the soda, so we'll be setting that up fairly soon, especially once we get some of our production in the black here, as they say. So yes, we do want to sign the contract immediately, and we'll basically gain 10, almost 11 grand per delivery, which is pretty nice. And base value is 9,000, but since we have prior relationships, basically like with our VP bonuses and whatnot, that's where all those come into play, where we get extra cash for deals. So that's why that's important to have some of those people hired almost immediately, so that way you get the bonuses right off the bat with any contracts you make. Otherwise, they're not applied until you renegotiate. So cool. So got that going on now. So that's a good number to have compared to these other numbers here. So we should start actually making some money here fairly soon, especially once we get more and more contracts. Okay, so well, look at you. You're doing great here in Cleveland, getting things going, but we should really be thinking about growth rather. Always be growing. So let's increase production and sign a more lucrative contract with the customer. So basically agree to increase production and modify an existing contract. That's the whole renegotiation thing that I was telling you about. But you need to have so many sales, so many deliveries before that's even a possibility. So we're just going to negotiate smaller contracts until we can do that. So we'll go ahead and do that. Get our $75,000 bonus for completing that objective. So yeah, so our first scheduled drop-off is successful. So okay, so it's just showing that everything's going through no problem here. So it's basically showing that we still have plenty of room in our storage facilities for all this kind of stuff, and nothing's full. So things will keep rolling along quite nicely. Okay, I think we have everything fairly streamlined right now. We got a few more minutes before we have to roll ads, so that's good. Let things kind of roll for a little bit here. Yep, time to negotiate a new contract. Glass, it's already pre-selected. Whatever that little green dot is, wherever that is what you're going to be trying to sell or buy. And we want to sell, correct? We already have a contract with them. Let's see what the next biggest one is. That's a 4.83. Yeah, so this is the next biggest contract available. So we'll be going with this one next for the 29 pallets every 6 days. So we'll be up to 9.83. We are producing 24 pallets per day. So still a lot of leeway left. Especially for when we need to renegotiate a contract for a bigger sell. And this here kind of shows you we must have delivered at least 7 times in order to get up to a medium contract. And it shows you how many deliveries are remaining of that. So I think we've already made maybe 1 delivery for this first one. So it's going to be a little bit of time before we actually get to that, several weeks before you actually get to the medium contracts typically. Just a heads up out there. Okay, so we'll go ahead and I think this is what the production, remaining production you have to put towards, since we have 3 factories now, each making 6, minus the 5 of our first contact, 13. That's one way to kind of get around doing the numbers all in your head, but it does round things off pretty crazy sometimes. So may not always be the most accurate thing to go by. Always check to see what you're actually producing versus all the different tiny numbers like this, the 4.83 and stuff. Okay, so we'll go ahead and sign that contract, and then another day or so we'll finalize it. Yep, so there we go. Our first scheduled pickup has been collected. So we will start being a productive company instead of just building stuff. Okay, yep. We want to sell. Sell. And of course, got the bonus yet again since we have our VP. It does pause a little bit as it saves itself, auto saves. That's where basically I'll just kind of show you what's coming into play here. since he's an ace negotiator, some of those bonuses down there at the bottom is kind of what's going on, why we are getting extra for our deals. So that's why I really want to review what each and every VP can or cannot do. Sometimes they have bonuses depending on their position. Other times they had debuffs, negativities depending. So just to give you a heads up of that to keep an eye on. Okay, I think we're running pretty smoothly for what we got going on now. This is our little okay, so here we go. Our first completed investor update. We've met one of our investment obligations. Growing Pains, they do like to be a little punny in this game as well with some of their the names of their little investing obligations and whatnot. So we'll just say okay with that. We'll see what we've completed so far. So we've completed the first one, which is producing 300 pallets of glass in a period of 30 days. We'll probably meet this one fairly easily, I would imagine, pretty soon here. Doing 24 pallets per day. That's going to get us, yeah, pretty much right at where we need to be, or just over for this 600. So we just need to wait 30 days since that factory's open, and we'll meet our second goal. And eventually, given enough time, we'll meet our third goal about selling enough and also negotiating a large glass sales agreement. So that's kind of cool. Technically, I think at this point, since we've completed one of those objectives, we can actually start our second. We can accept our second offer, producing steel from our iron mine, carbon steel, and selling that as well. But we'll wait off on that just a little bit. Want to fully streamline and probably even complete our first investor before we get moving on to this one here. And actually, it's probably time to roll ads before they get rolling themselves here. That is the top of the hour again, or just past. So we'll go ahead and do that first. I think we're good here. Yep, this is just showing that we got our monthly $6,000 from the city. So we'll go ahead and dismiss that. So it's just again telling us that we met our goals, and well, again, successful pickups. You can pretty much ignore a lot of those when it comes down to it. It's mainly like the orange ones that you have to kind of pay attention to, the orangey red ones. And it does look like our we will have to negotiate for water here pretty soon. Okay, I kind of went too deep in the wiki. Oh no. Learned something new. Yeah, that's how it happens sometimes. You get involved in that stuff and yeah, start deep diving into things. We probably will negotiate for a bigger water allowance, and then following that, we probably will have to develop our own water plant. That way we can get off the city's teat, so to speak, and produce our own water. And actually, we're right at the we're just like right there with housing versus how many employees we got, which is kind of crazy. So we probably don't want to build too much right now until the city expands itself a little bit, which it should do momentarily. Always notice right when you kind of get it up there, they tend to expand if you don't force it by having too many employees and doing it yourself. Okay, let's see, what am I doing here? Oh, that's right. We need to negotiate a better contract for water since we are running low. So we need to modify our agreement. So basically, see our usage versus our total available is out of sorts. So since we have a VP of operations now, they will help us do that and negotiate for a better contract. So if you have the right VP in place, you can do it for a little cheaper than normal. So let's go ahead and assign her. That'll take a day or so to complete, and we'll hear back from that in a little bit. So okay, but there we go. Can't you just put your city in a river? Yeah, I know. That's one thing. Actually, one common one common gripe. I think I need to turn that down for myself a little bit. That's shocking every time you start a new dungeon there. So yeah, exclamation mark join for any of those out there that don't know to do so. But yeah, people are going to, why can't we just hook up, kind of like in the various city building games. Usually you just put a water pump into a river and you got water, but in this game you actually have to drill for water in one of these little areas here. You see that shows water, and then you basically produce a water plant. So we'll be doing that next as soon as our the population in the nearby city can be increased. We're using all the housing available to us right now, like right on the dot there. That's the number of employees we got. That's the number of housing available. So we are right there with all that. So okay, so here we go. This is our contract that we're trying to renegotiate. So basically, this is going to cost us 10 grand in order to expand our water usage. So we'll go ahead and click that because we need the water. So now we're only down to 66% of our available water used now, which is good. Don't want to creep over these numbers here too much without building either renegotiating a contract or building a plant for one of those. So they need to build a electric plant, a water plant, and a lot of times you will need to basically get the facilities and the proper research in order to do so. Let me just find the right spots here. Want to say, is it down in here? It's just water pipes. Sometimes things are a little bit hard to find in this. Actually, Pi Technology would be one of the better ones to find it in. Yeah, utilities. There we go. Basically, to produce more water, which we do have access to, we will need water treatment processes. So it will cost us some of our research points that we've already accumulated. That'll give us access to a high capacity water well and to build a water utility complex itself. So we may as well just get that, since that's probably one of the next things that we'll do in the game here. So we'll just go ahead and complete that research. You know what I really need to stop forgetting about the importance of eating. Yeah. Unfortunately, I need to learn the importance of not eating too much. That's more my problem. So yeah. Older you get, the more your metabolism slows and you don't need to eat as much. It's crazy. But yeah, have a good lurk. Go get yourself some good food. Enjoy. And I'll see you back in a little bit here. Should be here for another hour and a half at the very least. Okay, so back to the game here. So we got that researched. So technically, when we hit this little plus button now, we can actually basically produce a water plant. Something to this effect. But we'll hold off on that until our numbers increase a little bit. We're fine where we are right now. We'll increase our sales up a little bit, and then we're worried about getting the water and then also creating a sulfur plant to source our own soda from. So we don't have to basically get it from the city. Again, producing everything yourself is always the best. I'm not sure. Okay, here's the sulfur area. So this is where we'll be building our sulfur plant, our mining plant to get the sulfur. We'll probably have to process it per the usual to make soda out of it, as well as any other products that we can possibly get and sell. So but we'll worry about that in a little bit. For now, we'll just let time take its toll. I mean, do its thing. Pass. Yes, that. And let's see if there's any other... yeah, may as well get the last glass. Actually, can we renegotiate? That's actually a better question. Okay, almost to the 20. So we're not quite there yet with that one. Yeah, same thing with her. So, okay, so we'll wait just a moment there. Let some of these, let time pass a little bit longer. I think we're doing fairly good money-wise now. Looks like overall we're back in the black. We were spending quite a bit there, but I think we're starting to go up a little bit as far as our bottom line goes. We have a few outs, but I think we're getting a little bit more in than we're paying out finally. Okay, can we do it? Okay, now, okay, here we go. Once this hits 20, that's our influence. We can go in here, click on that little button there, and renegotiate the contract. Looks like we need to have at least 2 more deliveries before we can do that, though. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for that to come through for us. So we'll wait just a little bit on that. But in the meanwhile, we may as well get our last contract going for the glass then. We can always cancel one of these contracts for a minor penalty, if anything, depending on what our relationship is with the vendor. So we'll go ahead and just sell that as is. Oh, and actually it looked like they changed it so it actually shows the decimals. I don't think it was showing the decimals on how much is available, so that's nice now. Let me just show you what the heck I'm talking about, since probably not making much sense right now. Actually, oh, that's right. We have to wait a few days first. Okay, let time pass again. Select yes. There we go. That will fully get our contract in full effect. Okay, it looks like we've now completed another one of our investment goals. So awesome. So we've completed the second one now as far as producing 600 pallets total in a period of 30 days. So our production is up and running smoothly and efficiently now. So now it's just a matter of selling enough glass to finalize, and then also negotiating for a large glass sales agreement. So that's the last things we got to do for that particular contract. So cool. Okay, so here is where I want to show you what I was talking about. Basically up here it does show 9.89 left, so that actually shows you the exact amount left that you have as far as production wise that you can renegotiate for, which this guy we actually can now since we've completed the last 2 deliveries. So we're basically going to be bumping up from 5 pallets per day to 9 pallets per day, so that'll only dip this down another 4 points down to 5.89. So we still have extra glass that we're producing, which again is fine, just in case for whatever reason our plants need to shut down, our mine needs to shut down, and we're not getting basically producing goods at the rate we need to. That way we kind of have a little bit of a stockpile started. That never hurts. So we'll go ahead and renegotiate that. So let's go ahead and sign that contract for a medium sales agreement. There we go. Cool. Okay. More messages. Again, it's the orange ones that you really want to pay attention to. So let's see what this one says here. All done, boss. Finish up the task. looks like there's a solid cash return on our investment arranged for the deposit. Or learned a lot, haven't we? We can probably journalize some of that and apply it elsewhere. So either we can gain research points. Nah, I'm good there. Give me the cash. I usually go for the cash unless there's some reason I really need the research points. I've always found the research points a little bit more expendable as far as either not accepting or whatnot. Later on in the game, sometimes the city or the EPA will ask for research, and we can just typically toss it to them unless there's something specific that we're going to need it for. So we'll take the cash instead. Thank you. So this guy, Frankie here again. You've really gotten the hang of this, haven't you? Our investors should be very pleased. In fact, since you've made such a great progress, they've authorized me to give you some help with future R&D. So, yep, here we go. We're getting research points anyways. Nice solid 500. So cool. We'll take it. All these we can pretty much close up, just showing that we've completed some of our missions. Okay, so let's go ahead and let things keep rolling there. Let everything kind of ramp up, and basically wait for the city to again expand their housing, unless we decide to do it ourselves, which I hesitate to do since it is so costly. Alright, so we'll just let time go there. So sit back, enjoy yourself, get yourself a drink. Now's a good time to get a drink, get yourself a snack and things like that. Okay, so it looks like we got a call from local university. So a quick little decision to make here. They have a group of eager engineering students who are hungry for some direct experience. If we fund them, we can keep some of their research should they make any discoveries. What should I tell them? So either you accept funding 6 months of research. In turn, we'll get some research points back at the end, almost guaranteed we will. That's kind of how this plays out from what I've noticed. Otherwise, you just simply deny them. I'm just going to go ahead and accept it just to kind of show you how things work. We're doing pretty good here anyways. We just increased our sales up, so we can probably afford this probably no problem. It is only telling 30 grand over 6 months, so we should be pretty good here. Then in half a year, we should get a bunch of research points for doing so. We'll go ahead and let that run as well. Again, now's probably a good time for a snack. There's only going to be little decisions like that left until we can negotiate for a larger contract, and then oh yeah, actually it does look like our yep, see, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is why I hesitate to here, I'll just show you what you normally can do is over on the city here, clicking on the Cleveland title there, you can actually build housing. You can build small houses, large luxury homes, small apartment buildings, and medium apartment buildings. They all cost really quite a bit to do. As far as the cost ratio goes, haven't really done the math too much on that factor. This is one of the better ones to do as far as number, but they are small apartment buildings, so that your happiness isn't going to always go up the same relation, things like that. That's one thing you do need to kind of keep an eye on. Overall, it maintains itself as long as you don't get too stingy or have way too many workers for how much housing you have. Then all of a sudden the employee happiness will go down. They might possibly strike, things like that. They are union workers. That's one, I'm telling you, a good thing about it. I do prefer union work over anything else. I do believe in unions. I used to be a part of a union myself for several years, and they really do take care of their workers. And they're a nice counter to businesses that want to take advantage of their employees. And not only that, they actually do help regular people who actually aren't part of a union because they increase standards across the board. So I am very pro-union here. I'll just put that out there and leave it at that. I don't view that as a political stance. It's more of just a human stance. So anyways, all right. So yeah, so that avoided us from having to spend, $50,000 to get room for another 154 workers to be housed. So just to give you a heads up on that. Okay, so now let's get back to business here. Now that we have all that housing, let's go ahead and build our water plant. So we'll build a water utility complex here. This will give us pretty much all the water that we're going to need. For all our various plants, we can kind of scale things up as necessary, typically with something like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it right here. Again, the main office, we're going to need to connect to main roads. This is probably a fine spot to put it. Should be able to build around it pretty nicely. So basically we can produce 45,000 cubic meters of water per day, which is much more than enough than what we're ever going to need. Unfortunately, I don't believe there's a way to sell water to the city back. So it's not like we can reverse the process and start selling to them instead of buying from them. But with simply one of these little plants here, we'll be producing all the water we can ever possibly need, especially for this small of a map and the goals that we need to complete. But I always like to leave room to build more of these just in case we do need to have at least a second one or a third one or a fourth one, depending on the size of the map. The more you produce, the more factories that you got. Obviously, water usage can scale up quite a bit. But at least for now, we won't need to be worrying about that too much. Let me just get it. And it really doesn't matter how much you cover here. As long as you're on just say I'm only getting on one of those 4 squares there, that's more than enough to draw water from. It's not going to change the amount of water you get. You just need to be hovering over those squares, or at least just one of those squares, just so you can produce the water facility in and of itself. So let's go ahead and get that right up on everything else. That way the water pipe can connect directly. As you can see, the water pipe will be connecting directly onto the right, and the access road will already be complete for this. So let's just go ahead and slap that down there. And then from there, I think about the only thing. Yeah, I think that pretty much takes care of that. I think power is the only other thing that we're probably going to need for this. So yeah, we do need power to actually get the water out of the ground. So that is one cost that it takes from us. So let's flip that around. This will connect directly to the wire, so we won't have to build any additional utility lines. And we will connect this road to the access road, since again they always need to be all buildings need to be connected through an access road. Cool. And I think that takes care of our water facility. One other thing that if you ever want to increase your research that you're doing, so the different research amounts, this basically, by putting in one of these satellite network connections, you can do this one per plant. Any facility away from your headquarters, you can basically build one of these. They do cost 1,000 electricity and 1,000 water, so be aware of that. If you are running thin on how much water and electricity is being provided to wherever you're putting it, that could push you over. So be warned there. So it does cost. It's not just a satellite network just chilling there. I'll probably go ahead and build one here just because, more for funsies than anything. So it's just kind of one of those things. We may as well, since this is probably about as big as our water plant's really going to get for this map, and just to show you kind of how it all works. So there we go. And again, to make sure that we will be good. Again, we're producing 45,000, which is way more than enough now. So we have more than enough water for it, and we have just enough electricity for it, for what we have set up here. So, okay. And on that note, we can get time rolling again. I like the middle speed there. It's not too fast, gives you time to respond to things as they come, but also not too slow to where you're just waiting for everything to happen. So this is may as well get a close-up of how this all comes together here. Got the little crane showing the little crews working, all that fun stuff. They pretty much work on one building at a time. If you want, say like this particular building you built next, what you can do is make this the first one in the construction crew. So as soon as they're done with this, they'll go to this one, and then in turn go to this one. We obviously want this to be built first, so I'm not going to be clicking on that, but just to give you a heads up on how that is done. Okay, so cool. Alrighty, so looks like they have a warm intro. So because of your previous contracts involving glass, your friend wants to introduce you to someone involved in sand. I would love a warm intro. Thank you. That's usually what I do just for the heck of it. Got you a warm introduction to Alice Hart of Northeast Chem. Introductions will give you a relationship boost, but it won't last forever, so make sure to strike iron while it's hot. Cool. That basically means once we get to here, you can manage the relationship, which is typically what you want to do, and just, it helps bump up influence almost right away. Typically what you're going to want to do is this lunch meeting later on, and especially in the bigger maps and stuff like that, there tends to be more options. But for now, typically the main one that you'll want to do is the lunch meeting. And that'll just give you a brief description of what you're doing, the fact that you will be getting a bit of influence, etc. It will cost you $500, so just mind that. Typically, that's not a big deal. It's a one-time cost and done. And just send the request. Yep, you will do that. So that way you have the nice lunch meeting, and you will gain 5 influence with whoever you are having lunch with. So cool. So epic lunch, man. Okay, cool. All right. So just to give you a heads up then there will be a cooldown. So you can't just keep having lunch. You need at least a month in between each person, so it is individual. So you can really just keep having lunch every single day with different people if you really want to increase your influence. But otherwise, you do have to wait a month per individual that you actually have lunch with themselves. So apologize, the answer machine is going off in the background, so that's why I'm trying to keep talking a little bit so it kind of covers over whatever they're saying. So hopefully you can't hear that, and I will not be doxxed whatsoever. I really need to look into figuring out a better solution for that. I can turn down quite a bit, but you can't fully turn down the volume off all the way, unfortunately. So there is that. So I think we're good now. I think they stopped talking. So okay, and yes, I still have a home phone, and I still have an answering machine because I'm from the 90s. Okay, anyways. All right, so cool, got that done. All right, so let's go ahead and get out of that little menu. Let's go ahead and watch things continue to be built here. There's our water utility. It says zoom in quite a bit. You can see like little people walking around, vehicles cruising around your facilities, things like that. You can see things being built, all that kind of fun stuff. So you can zoom in quite a bit. Like I said, I just wish the zoom out was a little bit more dynamic and get out a little bit further so you can see the map a little bit more fully. I actually would prefer to be able to see the entire map when I scroll out, even if things get really tiny. I think that would allow me to see where my buildings are and everything else like that. Otherwise, you kind of got to remember where exactly you put everything. But yeah, so it's kind of cool about our water facility is that it's surrounded by a little pool, the main building there. Okay, so that is up and running. As you can see, our water has now dipped to way below utility usage, but our electricity usage has jumped over what we are technically allowed, so things will be getting shut down if we don't renegotiate the electric part of things now. So that's the unfortunate part. We are water independent, but we became more dependent on electricity. So go figure on that one. One thing you will want to do once you start producing your own water and you have nowhere near the needs, thought I paused it. Oops. So basically our agreement is for 10,000 cubic meters of water, which is quite unnecessary at this point considering we're making 45,000 and only using 7,600. So let's go ahead and modify that agreement. From here, what you'll want to do, and you really don't want to forget this part because it is costing us $400 daily to have that available to us. Not that we're using it, but so we will want to basically reduce that down to zero. We will now be receiving zero water from the city and costing us nothing anymore for that, besides what it takes to keep the plant operational per day, which would be less than that. Especially for how much water we are producing. We'd have to increase the better infrastructure several times even to get anywhere near that $45,000, or not 45,000, 45,000 cubic meters of water. So there we go. So now the agreement now says zero. So it's just what we're producing, and so we're taking now 17% of what we are actually producing. Unfortunately, again, we are using more electricity now, so we'll have to modify that agreement, and it'll go from basically 6,000 available to 12,000 available, so we will now be negotiating that contract instead. So you kind of do bounce around a little bit sometimes between water and electric usage. All that fun stuff there. So I saw something pop up over there, but apparently not. Okay. We good. All right, here we go. Personal favors safety campaign. So hello. I'm from the Mining Safety Board. We're looking to increase some of our workers' safety metrics, and some of those numbers seem hard to move. Could you provide some funding for a worker safety initiative? So you're seeking some regular funding. I think we can accommodate, or not interested. Typically, since it is a safety thing, it's usually good to roll with that. Otherwise, things tend to go poorly for your plant, and all of a sudden you have to shut your plants down. I mean, not always, but it's always good to have a good relationship with the mining safety board, since we are going to be producing several mines here before this is fully done. But yeah, let's go ahead and work with that. It is 10 grand every 30 days, but that's only for 4 months, fortunately. I think we can afford that with how much we're making now, and we'll be making. So we are going up in with our profits, so may as well go with that for now. We'll increase our influence, etc., with them again, and employees are always happy that we're taking care of them safety-wise. Okay, so let's go ahead and get time rolling again here. And this is just reminding us that we can accept a new investor. So if we ever were starting to run thin there, we can accept our second investor and basically get a quick $300,000. So that's kind of nice. But we'll wait on that just yet. Let current things pan out a little longer. Let's see if we can renegotiate our contract yet. Where's our medium? There's our medium glass cells. There we go. Okay, so we do need quite a bit more as far as influence goes with this guy to be able to renegotiate the contract. This is Harry Mason, CEO. Let's go ahead and go on connections just to give you an idea of how you kind of want to do some of these things. So he would be in the leaders. There's Harry Mason right there. You can see we only have 5 influence with him currently. And let's manage relationship. This here shows you the other things that we can do. So if we actually had an active country club sponsorship, which does cost you a good chunk of change in the game there. I know there's a way to get by that, but I usually wind up skipping that because it's usually not necessarily, from what I found. Maybe later on, or the harder difficulties, that might come into play a little bit more as far as getting influence goes. I'm just going to do a normal lunch meeting with the guy just to do a quick bump in our relationship or influence by 5. It only costs $500. So a cheap way to bump things up there. Cool. There we go. All right. So now we have 10 with him. So we need a total of 20. So we just need to just keep letting deliveries happen and go from there. So let's get time rolling again. Should be getting contacted to finalize our water agreement here pretty soon. Yep, there it is. Or not. So our assistant again, of course. Always popping in at awkward times. This here basically look to get some new land. Again, they try to find good deals for things. That might actually be a good thing to see if we can find a place to build a power plant. A power plant instead. Buying from the city. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that to see if anything good turns up. Okay, here's the utility infrastructure deal, which I was expecting. So basically, we're gonna have to pay just over $13,000. I do find it amusing that it's like pay negative 13.5 is like, well, does that mean you give me money? But no, that means you're going to be losing 13.5 to the city there. So we do need to do it, so we will accept that for now. So now we have only taken up 56% of our available resources. Let's see what this guy has for us now. We can tell you buy aluminum, stainless steel, or rubber, and no, we don't need any of that stuff. So we'll ignore that for now. Cool. So I'll let time continue yet again as things keep rolling. Cool. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, here's she's wanted to do more. She wants to hit the squash court. She wants to. We get 7 influence and increase our relationship by 10. You pretty much may as well always accept these things. That way, if again you don't fulfill a contract, you have a little bit more leeway before they really decide to say bye-bye. If your relationship and influence drops too much with any particular vendor or supplier, or purchaser, however it works, they will try to cancel their contract. So it's always good to have as much available as possible in order to avoid that. So let's go ahead and click that there. Cool. All right. So things are going. Okay, we got a little while before we have to do ads. Awesome. Swear it sneaks up so quickly. That's Business Daddy for you. He likes those ads forced upon us. All right. But I guess Twitch got to make their money to give us money in turn or something like that. Whatever. Okay. Don't really want to talk too much on that. Don't want to get dinged. Get shadow banned or anything ridiculous. All right. So. And yes, it does pause when the game saves. So if you're wondering what's going on, oh, why my game paused for a minute and then right back again, your game probably saved if you missed the notice. Okay, we don't care about the conferences. We're good there. So yeah, I think everything is running pretty efficiently. Yeah, we have plenty of gas filling up. Oh, a lot of solid byproduct. Are we not selling that? Thought we were getting rid of that stuff. Or maybe I didn't set up. Okay, yep, that's one thing I need to do. Hello. That's one thing I forgot to do. Streamer brain, everybody. Okay. So basically, I've been having 7 solid byproducts go from my mining plants to my headquarters every single day. It is starting to build up quite a bit now. So I'm going to have to make a contract that at least gets rid of 7 per day, if not a little bit extra, just so I can start running that number down a little bit. So let me negotiate a quick contract to get rid of my solid waste, since we don't have a way to get rid of it otherwise just yet. That's one other thing that we can research into is actually, let me see that route. That might actually be a better route to go other than costing us cash money. Plastics packaging, Actually, I think it's the complexes. Oops. I mean, do not right click. It'll close whatever window you're looking at. Let's see. Don't think it's in any of this stuff. Heavy energy, utility production, probably. No, of course not. There we go. Waste processing complex. Basically, what we're gonna need is at least a solid byproduct dump to pretty much toss all our stuff into. More or less a trash dump is kind of what it is. So you kind of want to keep clicking on these things. So we want the stockpiles. That there will cost 900 in research. Fortunately, we have almost 1100, so we will be good there. That will give us access to this here, so we can basically produce waste processing complex, which includes the solid byproduct dump. So we'll go ahead and acquire that. What we'll eventually want to do, let's see if they have this anywhere. Waste processing complex. Here we go. I think there is a way to eventually, yeah, here we go. Solid byproduct incinerator. So not the most environmental thing to do, but it is one way to permanently get rid of, and also produce some electricity, to get rid of the waste buildup that's going to be happening before too long with any of your dumps. Let's see. So waste incineration, that's going to cost us in and of itself 1,100 research points. So obviously we're going to have to let our research continue to build. We're only getting 8 per day right now, so it's going to take a little bit of time before we get there. But just to give you a heads up what we're going to need to do. So for now, let's go ahead and actually build new complex, a waste processing complex. And we're going to want it. Oh, wow. We might actually need to buy some more land in order to do this. Yeah, this is gonna. Let's see. I think it's one of these overlays that we need. No, not that one. Oh, property. Well, of course, the one with the for sale sign, of course. That's what that little sign is there. That kind of shows you, again, what is might be in any of these things. So this area here is empty. This area here likely has hydrocarbons. It could be coal or natural gas, which is a way to produce energy. But I think this will probably be the one to go with. I think this is probably going to be way too expensive to purchase. Yeah. This one here going to cost us 25 grand to buy, but that's probably going to be a good value compared to any contract, especially long term, to get rid of the waste in and of itself. So let's go ahead and buy this particular piece of land. So let's go ahead and get our person on it here. So we'll sign that and we'll get the option in a day. Okay, so research intern subsidy, there are 5 payments left. Okay, cool. All right, so we only made the first payment. So we still have research points coming on the way with this, regardless of the daily. So good to know. Okay, let time get rolling yet again. And I might have to do a slightly longer stream just to show you everything I want to show you, and hopefully finish at least the first section of this map here that I want to do. Okay, so land expansion, 25,200. We will take it. Cool. All right, and this is where we can now build our waste processing. Probably not too important. This is exactly where we lay this down. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Somewhere in this range. We just basically need to get the road connected to it, yada yada, and a place to actually dump off all the resources. So that will work. Flip this when we need to. Oh, that's right. We actually need to rezone. I kind of forgot about that step. That always kind of throws me off there a little bit. So again, come back to the land management little tab up there. Click on the lot that you just bought. And now we need to convert it into a dump site. So this is what we would be proposing to the city, and we're going to obviously have to pay another $7,500 in order to do that. So we'll have to wait yet another day after selecting that. So let's go ahead and get time rolling again. In the meanwhile, we can get a road set up and going that direction to some degree. Get it out to at least there. Okay, what do we got going on here? Okay, here's where the one of our plants is affected, so this is why it's good to have a little bit of a stockpile of whatever you're selling. Basically, here we go. Maxine White from Cleveland, Ohio Fire Department. There's been an incident at one of your industrial furnaces at your glass manufacturing complex. The fuel is burning out of control. I'm dispatching fire trucks. How would you like to handle this situation? So you're going to have a handful of choices depending on exactly what you have set up, what your available resources are, etc. Right now, we only have the first 2 options available to us. We don't have enough influence for that, and we also do not have the proper traits or number of research points in order to do it ourselves. So we have our first 2 choices here. Keep as much production going at the complex as we can while your people deal with the fire. So production will be reduced by 50% for a month, and we have to hope things don't get worse. That's where things can get a little iffy on this one. Otherwise, we shut down production entirely, do what needs to be done, so it'll cease production for 2 weeks while things get dealt with and repaired. I prefer this one since you either reduce things 50% for a month or entirely for 2 weeks. So technically the production is getting shut down almost the exact same amount in either version of these, but this has the opportunity to go from bad to worse because right there, that last little blip. So I tend to go with this one. I think this is probably the smarter choice overall. You do have to wait for your plants to get fired back up again and start running again, unfortunately, but we do have quite a bit of stockpile of glass, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue. We should still be able to meet our delivery deadlines and all that kind of fun stuff. So I would go with that there. See, one more thing here, the dump conversion. Yes, we do want to complete it. So there we go. And there goes my answering machine yet again. I'm not quite sure what the heck. They're not calling my cell phone, so it's probably not anyone important. I give the regular home phone to all the weird things that I don't want to give my cell phone to. So that's the convenience of still having a home phone. I personally think it's still worth having that, although it's getting more and more debatable as time goes on. So as you can see, our facilities are now shut down. They'll get that little triangle with a little 0 with the slash through it. So they will be operational again on the 20th. So you just kind of have to wait until then for production to ramp back up again. But fortunately, we do have 723 pallets of glass already waiting to be sold and delivered to our current contract. So nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue onwards. Just let time roll again a little bit there. Okay, so they're saying the furnace fires are now all clear. That's what we want to see. If you chose the other option, we might be seeing something entirely different here, saying, oh no, things went from bad to worse. We are going to have to shut down your plant now, but it's going to be for a month now. So just saying, that's why I went with the option I went with. So no long-term damage was done. We just have to see when everything comes back online. So cool. And again, should still be the 20th. So yeah, so just 2 weeks. So if you do that first one, it's a guarantee, or the second option is a guaranteed 2 weeks closure, but everything should be good after that. That's the nice part about that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the waste complex built now. I'm just gonna put that smack dab right there. Rotate things properly for that. So I'll just have that road going straight to it. Don't think we need any of this stuff. Actually, might need one of these, but we'll wait. Let's go ahead and get the actual dump site set up. I like having these at the back end of my lots just to kind of simulate being far away from things. May as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the access road to that. That's a guaranteed need. I don't think this... Okay, so it is going to need some electricity and some water, so we will need to be building those facilities. So let's go ahead and take care of that. So we do need power and water per the usual. Fortunately, we don't need too much, but I will make sure that we're able to expand if necessary. Have these aiming upwards here with the facility side. And then we need to get these power lines and everything else our direction here. So to there, and to there. That's the power lines. Let's get the water line in now. This one here. That's true. That one does not require water down there, does it? Let's go ahead and just expand from this one here, actually. That's a slightly closer connection. There we go. So that's now putting our utilities lines in for that. We do need to get our roads fully connected here. That's one thing I forgot to do. There we go. Okay. So that'll produce all the water, the electricity we need, or connections for it at the very least. There's our dump site. Here's our waste, the main office for our waste processing. I think the only thing we need is probably a loading dock now. So this is the byproduct loading. We'll go ahead and put that in there now. Yeah, right there. Cool. And then again, connect roads. Front and back for that one, since it's a loading dock. There we go. And that should be more than enough room to move all our stuff over that way. Cool. All right, and then we do some rearranging now that that is should be up and okay. The water still needs to connect. That's why it's yelling at me. All right, I think we're just about done with that then now. Cool. Why is it still yelling at me? Oh, so electric lines are still rolling in. Didn't even notice that one. I was staring at the water lines, so let's wait for that to complete. Okay, there we go. Now we're fully connected, and that should be disappearing any moment now. Yeah, those are all the hookups and whatnot. I think everything else is connected. Looks like it's connected. Not sure why that's still showing insufficient. Looks like we have more than enough. Maybe because it doesn't have a loading dock. Not quite sure what's going on there. Let's see what all this real estate deal. Let's figure this out. Okay. In talking with the locals, I found a few landowners who are looking to unload land at discounted rates. Anything of interest to you here, boss? Okay, and this is where we decide. Looks like they have a few different selections for us. Coal is just too useful to pass up. Buy the lot before they change their mind, so we can build or buy a lot with coal for 12,000. That'll help us become energy independent there. Otherwise, it's copper ores, which we don't need for anything, and we don't need bauxite for anything just yet. At least not with what we're aiming to produce with our current goals. So let's just go ahead and get the coal selection. There we go. Okay, now that finally disappeared. It just took a moment. Yep, don't need to do any of that yet. Just wants us to take a look again at our investor goals. Kind of forces you sometimes. Okay, so let time run a little bit. Let these facilities be brought up to speed here. Once this is done, then we can rearrange our deliveries. Okay, so that is rocking and rolling now. Let's go over here. So So we're going to need to basically change our solid waste going to our headquarters and move it to the waste processing facility. So we're having 3 go from the sand mining to the headquarters. So let's go ahead and do that one. So sand mining to here. And I believe it's 3 that, yep, 3 that we're doing. So let's go ahead and keep that rolling there. Once you get that set up, you can cancel the other delivery that is going on from that particular site. Then we're going to need one from the glass manufacturing to the headquarters now. So let's go ahead and add that one in. Click, click, and click. There we go. And bump up that up to 4, which is where that's at. Cool. And then we can cancel that one. So always cancel any non-useful deliveries because they do cost you, however slightly. It does that all up in the end. And there's no point running from one thing to another complex, et cetera, et cetera. One more thing we're going to want to do is the solid waste that has already built up at our headquarters and send it to our waste facility now. So this here, I typically bump this up as much as I can just to empty out from our headquarters. Even though none is currently being delivered there anymore, I just do it as basically max out the facilities. So the loading docks, it looks like here is going to be at the destination is where we fill that up. So go ahead and do that. Just keep an eye on this here. So keep checking. Get time rolling again, but keep checking here. There we go. See the solid byproduct. So we can actually let that go for several days, almost a full month at 10 tons per day. So we'll slowly see this go down as the days roll on. And basically that'll just keep filling this this little dump up more and more and more. Again, once we get to 1,100 research points, we'll probably want to invest that in solid waste incineration. That's how you get rid of it in this game here. I know it's not environmental. I apologize. I'm an environmentalist myself. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And it's the 80s, man. It's the freaking 80s, man. So we do what we do in the 80s. Oh, or something like that. I don't know what I'm talking like that for. It just felt right. Okay. So let's that do its thing. We'll keep letting everything else do their things. And I'm actually just curious if I can actually sneak. Yeah, let me add one thing to our sand mining facility. Is the satellite network connection that will bump up our research a little bit more. Get us there a little quicker. Does cost us a little bit, but we can afford it. Each one of those is 35 grand, just to be aware. Not exactly cheap to install, but they tend to be worth it in the long run if you need the research points. Okay, what do we got here? Smoke on the water. Oh, man. Okay, this is Joseph Hogan from the EPA. We have become aware that your facilities are not rated as fulfilling the national emission standards. We suggest that you remedy the situation post-haste. They ask you to license a chimney filtering technology to reduce emissions. You can license it right away, or you can decline and pay a small fine. I prefer just to go with it. You improve your relations. The fine's kind of ridiculous in my book. We actually don't have the relationship points to actually decline that request anyways. And this always makes for good friends where we want them, which is the EPA. Again, the EPA is not our enemy. Repeat, the EPA is not our enemy. They're actually helping to, especially even in real life, they're protecting our water, our air. They've done a lot of good over time. So they are worth it, in my opinion. So I will be doing that. Just to put that out there. I know there's those people out there that think the EPA is evil or some kind of weird organization. But no, they actually do a lot of good. Our air would not be anywhere near as clean, and let alone our water if it wasn't for them. They've been doing a lot of good things. I know growing up in the 80s, let me just put it this way, since this game actually is based around the 80s, air in LA used to be really horrific, even in the place that I live that's a little ways from there, but not that far away from there. It's kind of a valley, and it used to collect a ton of smog. So there's plenty of days growing up where there's like smog, like major smog alerts everywhere, where they pretty much tell you, parents would have to tell you that you can't go play outside because the air is too bad to play outside, which is horrible as a kid. Just putting that out there. Yeah, see, like here they actually want to buy some glass, which let me see if I can actually afford it here. Looks like we got ads being forced upon us in just a few minutes here. Let me see if I can do this real quick before we have to go to ads. Okay, our facility should be back online now. Okay, they've been back online. Good. Awesome. And we do have extra glass pallets to sell. We have over 500 pallets, which is pretty crazy. So actually we'll take advantage of this just to do. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I've actually not done this part of the game myself. We do not have enough resource at the glass menu. Why no? It's at our main. There we go. Okay. Let's see. May sell up to 205 pallets of glass. So this. Really, I can't type it in. Oh my god. Okay, so let's control shift and up. That'll get us to the max amount right away. So awesome. That was nice and easy. And we'll get a nice solid chunk of change of 38,000 bucks. So awesome. Okay for that. Are you sure you'd like to sell? Yes, I do. Thank you. So I just got an achievement to buy or sell an item at the airport or harbor. So as I said, I had not done that yet. So that was something new for me too, folks. Awesome. Okay, and I think on that note, we got about another minute. Still plenty of game left. Really kind of want to show you all the different aspects, so we might be going a little bit longer than the 5 hours today. So still a little bit left of the game that I want to show everybody. But we are getting there. So let's see what else there is to do. I think, okay, so we paid yet another towards the subsidy, which is fine. We'll get some research points once that is complete at the very least. Okay, so let's get things rolling yet again. One other thing that we can do, let's see, where's the, if we find the coal, then we can actually mine that and produce an energy plant, a coal plant to basically become energy independent from the city. I know coal's not the most environmental thing in the world either, but hey, it's the 80s, so people didn't even really care too much about those things back then, sadly, or else we probably wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now with the environment. So just gonna throw that out there. Not sure what all this is about. Don't need that yet. Okay. Where is the coal? Da, 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 da. Went and bought and forgot where they said it was located. So I'm just going to do a quick scan of the map. I need to make this decision here. Clinic expansion. Okay, I think this is the mayor here. Ann Jenkins here. With all the recent growth, a lot of it due to your company's workers moving in, our city clinic is a bit overwhelmed. Could you finance an expansion? So you say, and I guess I'll need to have our finance department cut one of those big checks, or not interested. May as well do it. I know it's a good chunk of change. We do, it's one of those things that the more negatively you respond to things, typically the more negative things that tend to start happening, and you don't really want that. So I tend to just to go with that first choice, and we have the cash to spare, so may as well. Yeah, one good thing about taking that break just now is found a. Oops, of course, turn that off. Found a mosquito flying around, so I did the little snatch it out of the air thing. Ended that from happening real quickly. Doesn't look like it got anyone yet in the house. So that is good. Oh, there's the coal. So this is where our land is. Okay. And let's see. So if we were to build a plant here, a mining complex, oh, it's just a little. It's right next to our place. As you can see, right here, there's totally not a way to get from here to here. You can't build diagonal roads. So what we would need to do is go into that land management here. You would click on one of these, and basically you negotiate an access and exploration agreement for this lot. It's mainly for access is what it would really be for. That way we can actually get over to this lot. That's how that kind of works. Just to give you a heads up of that. So we'll go ahead and build, actually may as well get access to that. So if you don't have any intentions of actually, actually, you know what? We might actually just wind up buying this lot, to tell you the truth, and put our coal plant on it once we get to that point. But we won't worry about that just yet. If we get to it all here, depending if we really need to. Really depends on the goals that this particular scenario has. So far, we're just doing what we got. I think we're pretty close to finishing at least this part of the agreement. We've already sold enough. We just need to have a large glass cell agreement come into effect. So I think I'll actually try to see if we can negotiate for that. Oops, wrong button. There we go. And we will try to convert our medium glass sales agreement, because we have enough influence points now to let that shipment finish, just in case we need it. So I don't have to click on everything all over again. Yep. So we can actually. We're currently supplying. Oops. Of course, I have to click on it all over again. Anyways, that's fine. We're currently providing this guy 9 pallets of glass per day. This is how much extra we're producing each and every single day. So technically we can go up to 14.989. So we'll see if any of these work, which this one is almost perfect. 13.33, which is just below where we need it. So let's go ahead and go for that agreement now and sign that contract. Cool. And then we just have to wait a day to, because that was kind of the negotiating factor, and to finalize it. So here we go. We actually it did pick it up as a success of completing that. So we actually have technically finished that part of the deal, and from here Now we've opened up other maps. So whenever you complete, I want to say it's your first two goals for any particular map, like a Series A, then it'll give you an option to choose from any two particular maps. Once you complete Series B, it'll give you basically the other one, is kind of how it works. So you kind of want to keep playing one map until you open up two more maps, is kind of how that goes, if that makes sense. So basically, if we choose Wisconsin, that will basically it will open up this particular scenario of it's the home of cheese and beers. You can establish an industry on the banks of Lake Michigan at the mouth of the city's namesake river. Your challenge will be to revive Milwaukee's once dominant beer industry. It will be building not just breweries, but the full supply chain from barley, not barely. Let me report that later. From barley to bottles, not barely to bottles. Well, maybe they mean barely. Oh, I don't know. And then there's Chandler, Arizona. This particular scenario here would be the dawn of the silicon era is upon us as chips and integrated circuit boards are showing up in all sorts of machines, gizmos, and gadgets. Again, this is the 80s, to give you a heads up there, if you haven't realized that yet. Get your company ready to embrace this new era with new industries and a new town. Welcome to Arizona and the future of technology, or something like that. So basically this one here would be more of a farming, and then probably glass production for bottles or aluminum for cans, things like that. And then, so that would be more what this scenario would be about. Whereas this would be probably a little bit closer to what we're currently doing. Simply mining resources and converting those into other goods that we need to produce microchips, circuit boards, things like that, that is trying to say that we would eventually need. So really either one, it really doesn't matter. It's kind of like your personal preference. Do you want to try the farming route, which is a little different? I haven't really gotten too far into that yet. I might actually do future streams of this game, to tell you the truth. It actually is kind of a fun game. I've, like I said, I already had a good 50 hours into this game prior to even streaming this. So this is, somewhat of an addictive game. Once you kind of learn the processes and what you got to do, it actually gets quite fun after a while. At first, it's a little daunting, all the different moving parts and pieces. I think I covered most of these things fairly well so far, hopefully. For anyone curious about this game that might be watching on the YouTubes afterwards, I do post all my videos over there. The link is down below the video there, somewhere down over that way somewhere. If you're watching on the PC, probably somewhere down there too if you're watching on mobile. I'm not quite sure where it shows up, depending on your if you're watching landscape or portrait style. Really just depends on that. So I'm not gonna. I'll point. It'll be over here or there, possibly, if you're on mobile and you push the right buttons or tap the right things, rather, since you really can't push buttons on your phone a whole lot nowadays, besides turning it off. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and pick this one because it doesn't really matter to me. So we will confirm, save, and continue. Technically, we can confirm, save, and exit, and basically start a new scenario at this point, since it kind of says our first goal is somewhat complete here. Like I said, I probably won't go too much longer, since I kind of showed most of the basics here. I kind of want to finish up setting up my waste processing, things like that, just to kind of finalize a few things here. So I will confirm, save, and continue, and that way I can show you kind of how, probably on a future stream, how the other map can be unlocked by continuing your goals, basically. This is the one that we just completed. So we just finished our new contract of a large sales agreement for glass. We sold all the 1,200 pallets that we need to produce. We've produced 600 pallets over 30 days. That's kind of where our main objectives there. The only other investor here that we can go with is this one here to produce carbon steel. We do have access to the iron ore already. I know we do need other ingredients to fully produce that iron ore. I'm not sure if you have access to them yet on this map or not. Possibly. I'll have to find that out. But otherwise, let's go ahead and just accept this offer. That way we get a nice direct funding of 300,000 cash money into our balance. Up here is what it would be. Our final goals for this would be to get 500 coils of carbon steel produced in 30 days. So we need to scale production at least to that. Selling, it'll happen when it happens. You just need to keep up in your contracts that you can find to sell, and then finally getting a large sales agreement. Pretty much almost exactly what we did with the glass, just slightly different numbers and obviously a different product. We're using different supply chains and whatnot and resources. So we will accept that offer. Cool. So that is done now. So bingo, we got the 300 grand immediate investment. Just have time continuing to tech. We're not really in a particular hurry now. The one thing that we could do to finish our supply chain as far as all our current production goes is to source the soda that we need from the sulfur. Okay, yep, that's just saying we got payments. This here is where the sulfur is. I want to say that we purchased this land already. That's why you can see it and have access to it. You really can't see it until you do have access, by the way. It is a little bit separated from obviously where we are on the roads and stuff like that. So we will have to get access to water. We'll have to have access to electricity. So we will have to negotiate contracts with the city for that. That's where things get a little bit more and more complicated is when you start doing that kind of stuff. I want to say probably the easiest route to get it to where we need. We're right kind of practically sharing the screen there at this point. Let me just back out of all these menus. But yeah, this is the land that we own up here. This is the other land that we own and have access to over here. So we probably will want to try to connect this way, I would imagine, rather than most other directions to connect the dots, connect the roads, and all that other fun stuff. Let me see how difficult this is going to be for that. Okay, this will probably be a good one to connect things with. It looks like it costs the same amount as far as access goes. Maybe a little bit more. No access in it. Okay, no, that's actually a good one. Because otherwise, per lot, it is just a straight $4,500 cost, and this remains $4,500. Purchasing the land would be a lot more. That's where that changes. So let's go ahead and make sure. Yep, I'm on the right one. Let's go ahead and get access to that land there. It's going to take a week to do, it looks like. So let's just go ahead and get that ball rolling as we set up our plant over here to get that wonderful sulfur that we're going to need. first thing that we'll want to do is rearrange the roads a little bit. It's usually not the best to have it going directly through your facilities. So we'll run the road up this way. I know it's kind of a crazy route, but hey, whatever does the trick. And then we can delete that part of the road. So we'll let that do its thing. I think that should, oh, of course that's not connecting there. Hold up. Hold up there, buddy. Okay, let's try that again. This time, hopefully the road will connect. I was wondering if I was a little too close to that. Okay, now it looks like it's gonna connect just fine. Okay, cool. Now we'll let time roll. Okay, so we'll let that road complete. And then we can build the rest of our stuff here in the middle of it. So we're going to need to access that sulfur. And if we do get access to this segment, I think that's the whole, wow. Yeah, we'll be able to rearrange our road even better here once that's ready for that. So we'll wait until all our access is finalized before going any further with this particular plot, which will basically be a mining facility for sulfur. That's what this is going to turn into. Okay. That part of it done. Actually, let me speed up time a little bit more. And okay, access rights. There we go. This is what we've been waiting for. Yes. Okay. And as you can see, when you have access rights to particular areas, they do kind of change a little bit in color there. It's not quite as solid of a, see how right here it's more of a wider line, where this is a little bit more faded out. The transparency is a little higher. It just shows you that you do have access through there now. So let's actually just redo the road this way instead. And we will knock that road out. I think I can delete that. Yep, sure can. Okay, perfect. Okay. Yep, that's the way I want things perfectly. All right. Let's go ahead and get our mining complex set up. Sometimes you will have that weird the way your plot of land versus how your facility can be in that particular plot of land is a little awkward. We may eventually buy this plot once funds really start looking good for us, but until then, probably what we'll want to do is somewhere right about there. We can do, helps to push the right buttons and not right click. Again, warning of the right click. Okay, there we go. Want to do that. Want to hook this up to the main road. Actually, I think I'll do it that way. Don't think it really matters too much. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and eventually once we have access to this, we'll be able to build further on this plot of land, basically. Otherwise, our facility sort of extends there, but not really, since we don't own it. Okay. So the other thing that we're going to need to do is invest in sulfur extraction from our research menu. Let's see if we can even do that yet. Resources. Where's the sulfur at? Oh, raw materials. That's what we want. Okay. So basically, what it's usually pretty easiest to do is find the sulfur. That's basically what we want. And then basically from there, we can typically find the rest of what we need to do. Sulfur mine. Click on sulfur extraction. And we're going to need just a little bit more research points before we can get that. So let me just favorite that for now. Don't think it changed where it was, but that's fine. Okay, we'll come back to that once we have the correct amount of research points. We'll just kind of let time do its thing. Then we'll put the rest of the lines in here that we need in order to actually run our facility. So we're gonna have to get a little creative with how we access it and whatnot. And we got some decisions already popping up for us here. Okay. Okay, this is one of the vendors or something to that effect that wants to have lunch with us. So we will just say yes to improve our relationship. This guy here, technically this could be a new investor once we complete, because we can only do one investor at a time on this particular map. And obviously we don't even have our steel production fully up and running, but basically we can, once our carbon steel production goals are complete, investment is complete, then we can actually accept this new contract as far as that goes, new investors, and kind of rinse and repeat, kind of like we did with the glass to the carbon steel, which is our next goal. So this is just saying, okay, cool, we'll check it later, bro. That's more or less what that is. Okay. Let time continue to tick tock. Let's go ahead and bring these basically the power line up this way. Actually didn't fully complete it there. There we go. We will want to be placing our oh, okay, there we go. Yep, don't want to go too far over with that, apparently. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Basically, we'll be putting our power connectors and everything like that down over here. Oh, saving, of course. So let's just go ahead and connect it to there right now. Swing that around that way and place that there. We'll want an access road. Apply command straight up there and straight over. Let's see, we're going to need any water for this place. Not yet, but probably. So we will have to figure out how to wind our water pipe. Water pipes. Over from here. So let's just go ahead and select that. We'll run along this electric line here. Cannot build that over water. Okay. So go as far as we can, and then we'll have to oh wow, too steep. Okay. We'll have to wind it through over here. Wow. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. I think that hopefully will be good. Nope, not quite there. There we go. I like to tend to have my water and my electrical facilities more or less follow the same lines. So there we go. Get it up to there and get this right there. Perfect. Okay, so that'll take care of that part of that operation once it's fully in. again, see how this just has mining number 2. You really don't know what's going to be produced here. If you click on this, click on customize, this is where you can actually specify exactly what sulfur. It's one of those weird words. I'm like, I don't usually spell that word. Of course, it's saving right in the middle of it. And it lost it, of course. Let me try that one more time. So you want to get rid of the number 2. Guess I probably should check, make sure I'm spelling this correctly, because words are hard sometimes. But yeah, I want to say that is a sulfur. Sulfur. There we go. Okay, so we got that all nice and connected now. So the only thing left that we need at that facility, need to do a storage facility, as well as the mining aspects of everything. Okay, and we should have enough research now for that. So let's go ahead and get that going on. So sulfur mine, sulfur extraction, and acquire sulfur extraction. There we go. Yeah, we'll obviously wait on the solid waste disposal stuff a little bit longer. You can always plenty of storage room for that where it is currently, so not like we're pushing any limits as far as that goes yet. Cool. All right, so now we can build a sulfur mine, and we'll want to get that fairly decent location here. Yeah, that way if we want to put in a second one, it'll be able to be placed down here just in case. But for now, we only need the one mine. I don't want to overproduce at the same time. Let's go ahead and slap that in there. Next thing we're going to need is a storage unit for it, of course. Let's see, that might actually, right where it was, might be a good spot for it. It's actually almost a perfect spot for it. Cool. That's just be able to temporarily store it on site until our trucks can come and pick it up, et cetera, et cetera. So from there, we're going to need another mineral, at least one of these. Make sure I leave enough room just in case we put in more loading docks. So I always try to leave a 3x3 or do it in 3x3 squares there. So cool. That connects straight to the road. Awesome. That's exactly what we need. As well as a byproduct connection, because you're always going to have byproducts being produced. So we'll go ahead and connect that right there. Perfect. Okay, so we should still have a good amount of water and electricity coming here. Yes, we do. Perfect. Got some decisions here to make. Always decisions. That's what happens when you're a CEO. Always decisions. That's why they get the big bucks, I guess, or something weird like that. So let's see. Hi, boss. Benjamin Hawkins, your trusted executive assistants, reported in once more. Let's see. So let's work towards one of our investor goals, come up with a plan. Otherwise, we can head over to research or VP of operations to look for some cheap new land. And this is where some of the decisions start getting a little tough, because you do have a lot of needs that you want to meet. We do want some research. It'd be nice to have almost either a boost in research or just a straight new technology. A lot of times those are pretty handy to get immediately. I think we're actually not doing too bad as far as research gain goes at the moment, so we probably won't do that aspect. may as well look at the one for new land. We already kind of know what we need to do for all this stuff, so we'll go ahead and do that. Let's see what our other decision is here. So this is the mayor yet again. Some of our city park recreation programs have become very popular, much more popular than we can accommodate, and we're having to turn people away. That makes people frustrated with the city and likely to vote for someone else. Could you help make sure that does not happen? And I guess I'll need to have our finance department cut one of those big checks, or which would cost us $25,000 right off the bat. Got us at least gain us a little bit of influence, which never hurts. Otherwise, what we can do is give them regular funding, which will increase our influence that much more, even though it'll cost us a little bit more. This route here will cost us $30,000 in the end, over 4 payments, so that's nice. Whereas this is just a big chunk of change for 25, so it's only $5,000 more, and we get extra influence, and we get to decrease how much our monthly payment. It's not a big lump sum, so I think I'm going to go with that one. Try to be a good business neighbor. Okay, cool. Discard some of those. Letting this build up a little bit. I think once I get this fully set up and we get our own soda production going on, that's probably when we'll probably end the stream here. So we do have a little bit longer to go for getting all that taken care of. This can be quite long gaming sessions. Lots and lots to do, even on a small map like this. Okay, so here's the real estate deal that they just offered. You know what? Let me see something real quick here. Let me pause that. Let me see about the production of the carbon steel. See what we'll need for that. That's mainly just coal and iron ore. We do already have access to coal, so no real need for the bauxite or anything, so we may just turn down this land deal. I'm not really seeing any use. Like I said, we already got access to coal. Really don't need any more than one plot for that, unless you're really just getting crazy with your production. But usually that's just fine. I've noticed just the one. So, yep, never mind. We don't need to spend cash in that. Okay, let things continue a little bit longer. Let everything connect. More decisions, and oh, that's right, more decisions. Okay, so another answering machine. Looks like they're trying to introduce us to yet another person. Sure, why not? Have lunch. That's the typical response, so I'll just fly through all that. I've already kind of showed you that part. So, cool. All right. Okay, so moving on and letting this production get fired up as far as the sulfur goes. Okay, so the pit is there now, or whatever you want to call that, the excavation. Let all the utility lines hook up, the rest of this be built. As we're just letting time do its thing. Yeah, we're obviously in a good trajectory as far as money goes still. As you can see, that's going up way more than it's going down. Even though right after I say that, it shows all the negatives. But that should pop up pretty quick anytime we make a delivery. That's the nice part there. So you will see that bounce up and down. Yep, there we go. So we're doing just fine as far as cash goes. I need to do that. Oh, here we go. So union recognition. Good day. I'm Harold Cleary. I represent the labor union, which in turn represents your industrial employees. They've approached us to form a local, and now that there are quite a few of them working here, we've approved the request. We'd like to ask for official recognition of the local by you and your management team. So basically give your seal of approval to the new union as a gesture of goodwill. Approve a small raise for all your workers. So basically you can agree, or you just say sorry nobody, and you'll see your happiness of your employees slowly start to drop. So I've always selected pretty much this top one here, especially since we are making a good amount of money now. We don't really have to worry about a little extra pay to our employees. May as well give them some of that, or else we wouldn't be making the money that we're making. So there we go. So it looks like we're getting all fired up here. Sulfur is starting to build up there. Obviously, we will be needing to create another supply chain because we are producing more waste again. So it looks like currently we're producing just under 1 ton per day. So let's go ahead and get that set up real quick. I'll be doing some of this stuff a little quicker just because I have already showed it a few times, and we'll get that over to the waste processing. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about, yeah, we'll just confirm it for that now. I kind of forgot that we, streamer brain kicked in again. Let's see if we still have, okay. Yep. We've already cleared out of all of our solid waste from here. So we can actually cancel the solid products going from our headquarter complex to our waste processing complex and stop wasting money on a delivery that is not happening. Okay, and then we'll leave that at 1 since that's pretty much where we'll need it to be. So there we go. So bump that up to 1, and we are good again as far as mining goes. And again, this is why I rename my facilities so I can see exactly. Otherwise, this would just say mining number 1, mining number 2, and I'd have no idea what is actually being mined there or why I have waste being produced. Okay, so back over here. Now that we have sulfur being produced, we're going to want to create a plant to process that. Let me see what it takes to produce soda. Soda, for really comes down to it. Okay, so for that we will need sand. So it looks like we're going to need another pit for our sand facility. We'll need to scale up the solid waste disposal from that as necessary. And then we'll have to import these or deliver these to our new, looks like a chemical works plant. Let's see what it takes to get that. Soda production, looks like we're going to need a little bit more research points. So we'll let the time go as we mess with this particular plant and get another quarry set up. Okay. Trying to think the best setups for this here. It's probably, yeah, we're only going to be able to get one there anyways. Okay, so leave enough room for a road to cut through, so that if we actually do need a third mine, we can actually just put it up over here. That's what you always got to plan for the future with these things. Actually, should be able to do it anyways from this direction. Yeah, that actually works a little better. That'll leave room over on this side for loading docks and whatnot, not block any of that stuff. So let's go ahead and put it right there for now. That way we can leave those trees alone. Leave them alone. Okay, all right. Sorry, flashback. Okay, there we go. Let that get going on. See what this decision is here. So, yep, play squash. We will do so because yay relationships or something like that. All right. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, so that's producing now. This is still doing its thing over here. So we'll keep letting that build up. And then we'll create a plant somewhere around here to actually produce the soda that we're going to need to become independent of our suppliers. So we may need to buy some land depending on how everything works out. Okay, just seeing usual stuff up there. Okay, so that looks like it's up and running now. Cool. Okay, and it looks like it is now winter time because it's December, because there's snow all over the ground, so they do have seasons in here, which is kind of neat. Seeing the weather change, so to speak. All that fun stuff. Let's see how much room we have here. Still 57% full, so yeah. We may need to build another one of these temporarily until we can research the disposal factor. So let's go ahead and get one more of these set up. Get the road going down to that. Okay, and then make sure that we got enough. Yep, enough water and electricity for that. Cool, perfect. Okay, so that'll make sure that we got plenty of room for that. We don't have to worry about that for a little bit now. Let's see. I don't think we can build the other plant until we do the research as well. I don't think I've done that part yet. Yeah, we need 900. We're almost there. Okay, let me just let time roll a little bit longer. So yeah, I recommend a very strategic use of that pause button. Anytime anything major or too many decisions start popping up, I do recommend to pause it, just because things can change quite drastically very quickly here if you're not careful. Just waiting for that sweet 900. Of course, it's going to be just shy. Almost there. We can do it. Come on, one more day. There we go. Oh, 911. Oh, that's not good. Okay. All right, soda production. There we go. Acquire. That'll allow us to create the chemical production complex. So let's go ahead and do. There we go. It's right there. Let's see if there's anywhere convenient. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of some tight fits here. We may need to buy a little bit of land just to be able to produce this. I think, let's see. See where our resources are real quick again. Okay, so the iron ore is up there. So we will need to keep this square here cleared for a mine. But below that, yeah, not quite enough room to comfortably sneak that in. So we probably will want to buy at least this piece of land. It is empty, so it should be pretty cheap here. Got plenty of cash to spare so far, so let's go ahead and do that. Get her on that. There we go. Yeah, and obviously the further you kind of get into the game, the more you can unpause and just let things run too. So yes, we do want that. You know what? Might as well buy this piece of land too, just to make sure that we're not having too tight a fit down there. If you know what I mean. Hey, all right, or something. I really don't know. Okay, let's see. Land expansion. Yes. Cool. So now we have full access getting over to our coal deposit and everything else that we may possibly need to get access to. Okay, so now we can build our chemical production facility. Okay. Let's see. So basically here. That way the plants can be pretty much right up on each other once we put something up here. Okay, so let's we'll need to extend that road down a little bit, but this will be a good spot to put that. So let's connect that road. We will probably need almost guaranteed water and power. Okay, there we go. And water. Sweet water. Okay, sorry. Going a little crazy here. Nothing unusual. Alright, there we go. Connect that. Connect water pipes. I think that's the line here for it. So we'll just have it follow the same route over. There we go. Cool. So we got that set up. Slap those lines in. So that way we at the very least have the our little main office for this plant, as well as the power and any power and water we need. Okay, so another personal favor here from the mayor. Wow, asking for more cash money. We are making a pretty good profit right now, so it's not too big a deal. Funds are running a little tight. You may risk denying her, or whoever the mayor is, depending on your scenario. But there we go. Okay. Cool. And once that connects there, perfect. Okay. So now we're actually going to need to set up more fun stuff. I always need a byproduct. Way to get rid of byproducts off of our facilities, so always set that up. I want to say minerals. Yeah, we're gonna need a mineral. Actually, let me build the access road so it's easier to see what the heck I'm doing. There we go. Connect that there. We do need a mineral facility to export all this stuff, or import the sulfur. And yeah, soda. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna need this for the sand and the sulfur, which it both can be done to there. Sometimes if you're really getting crazy, what you might want to do is when you build one of these, if you do have two different types of materials coming to this plant, in case one of them gets shut down, like say the mining plant for the sulfur gets shut down, but the sand is still being produced at its full rate and being transferred over here, what can happen is this little warehouse can get completely full of sand. And there's no room for the sulfur to get there, therefore your factories can't run as necessary. So what you might want to do sometimes is basically produce, or not produce, but to create a second minerals location. And let me connect the roads real quick just so I don't forget to do that part of things. If you click on it here, one of the things that you'll notice is this. Right now, this is stores for any minerals and any solid byproducts. So everything kind of gets, this is kind of like basically just gives it all kind of thing. What you can do, click on that little button there, and from there, you can actually limit which resource it is that is gonna be for. So if we want it for sand, just connect sand. Unfortunately, you can't do two different ones. Really, generally don't typically want to anyways. So just click sand. Solid byproducts will still go into whatever warehouse is available. So as long as you're shipping them out fairly at a good rate, you really don't have to worry about that filling up there. So you don't really have to worry about that getting in the way of your actual goods. So I'll set this one up for sand, and I'll set this one up for the sulfur, which is the other product that we're going to be sending here to produce the soda that we need. So we'll let that go a little bit. We will need a dock at the very least for the minerals. Oh, there goes saving again. So be sure to hook that up as well. We should be good as far as power and everything else goes still. Cool. Okay. And now from there, we want to create our Chemical Works soda. Okay, just giving us an update on we haven't satisfied anyone. Womp womp. Okay, but anyways, decision up there to make, so I'm just gonna pause things. This is the soda factory basically. This will produce with sulfur, 1 sulfur and 4 sand. So we'll have to increase our deliveries at that ratio to this particular plant as necessary. We will be producing 2 chemicals and 3 soda. Oh, hello, Nova. She's back up here with me. So that's her peeking her head into the webcam yet again. How you doing? Okay, still got a few minutes till ads are forced upon us. Yeah, just a few minutes actually. So I will go ahead and slap one of these down. And again, this is also going to create byproducts. This one here is actually liquid byproducts. So before we get this fully up and running, we probably will need to at least build tanks on site to hold on to that liquid byproduct until we can start moving it to our waste facility and disposing it over there with more research. So again, research starts coming into play more and more the bigger you build things. Then we just go ahead and put this into place. Actually, let me see the here we go. Here's the tanks. And obviously with the tanks, we will need a tanker loading facility as well. So let's go ahead and build the tanks here. That'd be a good spot for that, I think. Probably as good as any. Plenty of land to build on here, thank goodness. Let me get that way. Make sure you always connect again the roads. Oop, and got a cat hit my hand with her head trying to get pets. You're so funny. Okay, 2 minutes to ads. Okay, I can do this. All right, so that's all connected now. One more thing I want to put in real quick is this here. That's probably I think I'll actually put that. We're gonna probably need 2 of these because I do need 4 soda. Yeah, so I think I'll put that in. Actually, I think I'm just gonna put that in there. That there. Connect the roads real quick. I think that'll probably be a good spot. There we go. You always got to leave room for roads. That's one thing to definitely remember. So we will start shipping sand here, sulfur here. We do have the tanks for the storage of the liquid byproduct. We'll have it to at least put some tanks in over here to hold that, at least for the time being, until we can actually get the liquid waste disposal set up over here. We do want to finish up some of this stuff here. So we're going to want to, now that we have liquid, basically tanks for the liquid waste here, we're going to want to at least get liquid tanks up over here at our waste processing facility. That way it can at least hold it until we're able to properly dispose of it. So let me go ahead. Let me make sure I'm clicking on the right thing so that way we access the right plant. There we go. So there's the tanks that we're going to need. We'll just put that right up front and center there. Of course, it's still saying we're on that one there. Okay, click on the waste processing. That will help. That's always a bonus, clicking on the right buttons. There we go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put that right here for now. I think we're good otherwise there. I don't think we need a liquid one there. I think this one should take care of all the waste that's coming in. So I think we will be fine with that. I don't think, not to my recollection. It's been a couple weeks since I played this game, so a few things are a little fuzzy. I didn't really get too far with the waste processing before. I just barely set up one of my first plans for that, but didn't get too far with that. Let's go ahead and take care of this particular choice. So manager specialization. So every now and again, your VIPs, or not your VIPs, your VPs will have a chance to improve. They'll basically go up a level, so to speak. So this one here is saying, hey boss, I've been putting in the hours for a while now, and I think I'm getting the hang of this whole thing. I've noticed a couple of improvements I could be making though. Which of these would you prefer that I chase down? And again, we got to remember this is our VP of Human Resources. So hopefully this is something that will improve her, basically benefit her being a VP. The second one here, Social Butterfly, looks very specifically for sales and PR, which doesn't truly help us a whole lot as far as what her particular job is. Thorough teacher would probably be a lot better one to have. They basically focus their efforts on building corporate training that help VPs and managers improve at their tasks. Each level gain increases daily experience gain by 10%. So this is probably one, especially since she is human resources, this is probably the much more one that fits her role a little bit better. So that's the one we're going to be going with. It'll help other VPs learn their jobs quicker and all that other fun stuff. And man, we are pushing that electric usage, aren't we? We should be fine with what we currently have so far. We'll have to keep an eye on that though. May need to renegotiate with the city to see if we need to bump that up any further. Okay, looks like all the this investment here for the students is now going to pay off. Looks like it's been 6 months in-game time, which is what they were telling us that we needed to do. So hello, I'm Phyllis Moss. I work with the graduate student interns that you so graciously funded. We finished our work, and here's access to some of our research as promised. So you can accept the results. That's pretty much all we can do. So we get basically 1250 research points, which is actually great timing. Considering that we do need research points. So that was actually a good investment and good timing on the payout on that. So that's always why I typically go for that investment. Usually you can, if you can afford it, go for it. I say with that, you can always use research because that'll help you invest into other technologies, et cetera, and become more independent and use less outsourcing, basically, is kind of what it is. Oops, didn't mean, oh, it's auto saving. There we go. It was auto saving. Okay. When it autosaves, it pauses the game and always kind of trips me out for a moment. Okay, so yeah, of course these plants aren't going to be fully functional yet because we don't have anything being moved over here. So that is still getting built. We'll let that finish doing its thing. And then we'll start setting up all the deliveries, supply lines, and everything else that we need to do in order to actually produce the soda that we're going to need, etc., etc. Okay, so, oh, that's kind of a, don't really need that. Okay, I'm a stickler for not having things we don't need hanging out, so I'm just going to delete that real quick. There we go. One of my weird traits. Okay, so to get this properly going, we'll need to set up deliveries. We will need to set up one for sand and one for sulfur. We're going to need at least 2 tons of sulfur coming in for deliveries and 8 tons of sand to be delivered here. So let's go ahead and get that going on. Looks like we'll also be producing chemicals too. Not sure if we can sell that on the market or not yet. We'll have to check that out in a moment. But meanwhile, let's go ahead and get these set up for 2 tons of sulfur and 8 tons of sand to be delivered. So let me do that. So sand, again, 8 tons of that. So we'll go up to our sand mine, click that. Want it delivered here? Yes, we do. And 8 tons. So you can just click up or type 8 into this, however you feel like doing it. Confirm. Now I need to add one more for sulfur. That's going to be coming out of this plant over here. From our good old sulfur mine. Alright, and that's being delivered here, and we will want at least 2 tons per day coming from that. Okay, so we have the goods moving here now. So these plants should be firing up pretty quickly. They will be producing chemicals, liquid byproduct, as well as the soda that we're going to need. And actually, I think I'm gonna need one more storage unit to hold the actual soda. So that's the one thing I don't think I created yet. So let me go ahead and get that going on. And a lot of times, if you click one of these buildings, it'll bring up the of the factory that you're at. It'll automatically bring you to the right tab over here. Not always. Sometimes you do have to click a little bit extra, but usually that's what will happen. So we do need an industrial products. That's, if you can see right there in the middle of the deal, that's the one with the little diamond red dot on the bag. That is the soda that we will be producing. So that is the storage unit that we need. Okay. Okay, and we will put it right, actually, right there. There we go. And then we'll bring down this road a little bit further. Oop. Started kind of a weird direction, but that's fine. There we go. So that'll be our storage for our soda that we will be producing. So you can actually even specify that very specifically for that if you want to. Again, for this here, it doesn't really matter a whole lot, but may as well do it just because I've been doing on the other ones here at this plant. Okay, so now yep, so now those are fired up, producing. Looks like we completed some mission here. Good work. With that additional production online, you'll be able to expand production and focus more on your core industries. That's right, because setting up the soda production. So there we go. So we completed yet another objective here, and we're getting extra cash money once again. So there we go. So that is all nice and set up now. So sand, sulfur, soda, all kinds of S's. This is our S plant, I guess. So there we go. We are producing chemicals as well, which will be stored here, as well as the liquid byproducts. Let me see if there's any one. One moment as it saves. There we go. Let's see, how much are we producing every day of chemicals? Four barrels of chemicals a day. Let's see if anyone wants to buy that. Again, go into the contracts, sign this guy. Yep, chemicals is chosen. We want to sell it, and it doesn't look like we know anyone currently that wants to buy any chemicals. So that will basically continue to be stored until we have either find a use for it or we find a purchaser. That's kind of the unfortunate part. Sometimes you don't always find someone that wants to buy everything that you're selling. Let's go into the resources, see if that is even going to be available in this scenario. Yeah, it just says we haven't bought any buyers yet. That's the only thing it says for that. So let's see. Get back to this one here. Chemicals. Yeah, unfortunately. So let's go here, click that. I think one way to do it is, do that there. We do want to sell it. Someone you know might be able to introduce you to a partner that deals in this resource. Let's click that to see if that can happen. So it looks like these are the various people that we need to meet. So we do need to find, basically, this is what we're looking at right here, where it says the chemicals, all that fun stuff. So this is the first one that pops up. We already do have some influence points with her, so we can probably try to take advantage of one of these. This one's probably a little bit better. Having 29 influence points, so we should be able to do what we need to here. So you don't know anyone at that company, but you know someone who can introduce you. Select a mutual friend and spend your influence points to get an introduction. So we will click that. We then click manage relationship, and I believe this is where we need to ask for an introduction, I think, or maybe just have lunch with them. I'm not fully sure. I haven't actually done this part myself, so I'm learning as we learn here. Okay, so influence cost 15. We have 29. Okay, so I think this is the one that we need. Ask for an introduction. Send that request. Hopefully that'll bring us to the right thing. Yeah, here we go. And this is where we find the chemicals, the industries and stuff like that. So this looks like the one that we want, the one where it says chemicals down here. That's what we want to sell. So hopefully that will be the perfect one for us. We'll find out. Hopefully I'm doing this right. And let's go ahead and manage our relationship with her. So put that on lunch meeting and, of course, schmooze, as they say. All right. So I think now, hopefully, we'll be able to sell chemicals to that particular individual. So, yep, there we go. Okay, so we want to sell chemicals. So that's how it basically, so if you don't know someone, it pays to know other people that know someone. So there we go. That's why you want to always improve your relationships and your influence, so you can basically get to this point. So we do want to sell. We are producing, I want to say it was 4 chemicals per day. So we want to kind of get as close to that, but not over that. Just a heads up there. So this one here is probably what we'll be doing. That way, it'll still be building up, but not the same degree as if it was the full 4 barrels a day. So we'll go ahead and click that and sign that contract. There we go. Perfect. So now we have a way to get rid of the chemicals that we're producing. We will be moving. Actually, I need to see how much liquid chemicals we'll be producing per day, or not liquid chemicals, liquid byproducts per day. We have 2 plants that is in production, so we will be basically producing roughly 16 barrels every 16 days, which is just over 1 barrel. So we're going to need to move at least 2 barrels per day to our waste facility. So let's go ahead and get that set up now. And you really, I do suggest you really go through this methodically, kind of like I just did there. That way you don't kind of forget anything and all of a sudden something's building up in one of your plants because you didn't realize that you miscalculated or just didn't compensate for it at all. So there we go. So delivering liquid byproducts, 2 barrels per day. That should clear out any chemicals or liquid byproducts from our chemical plant that we're producing. And again, you can always rearrange this to see exactly, make sure that you have all your plants shipping to the right place, and this is how much they're shipping. Again, you can do the point of origin, things like that. So if you see somewhere where you're mining something and you don't have a waste, because almost everything produces waste, this is where it would almost you'd have to kind of notice it to some degree if you're not looking on individual storage tanks or buildings. So, okay, so I think that is about fully set up as far as that goes. We just need to ship the soda now to our glass manufacturing plant. So we will be doing that next. So set up that delivery for soda. And they are not fully set up. We do need an industrial loading facility because I did not set that up yet. I think I did just about everything else, but that one, of course. Okay, so let me get that. So that's one quick way to know if you don't have a proper loading facility. It will yell at you that you don't. There we go. Get that there. Make sure the road's connected again. Cool. All right, and let that build real quick. Perfect. Okay, so now we can do the delivery of soda. And see, it'll show a green, show it can export. These are the other facilities that are holding soda temporarily at the very least. Click over there. That's where we want it to go. Bumped up to 4 because that's how much it needs per day. And that takes care of that part. So we're getting rid of the liquid byproducts. We're getting rid of the soda. And one more thing we need to do is add one more delivery for the chemicals. Basically to be delivered from our chemical production plant to our headquarters. That way we can actually sell them. I want to say it was 4 that were being produced. I think that's where we were at. Let me double check that. Yep, 4 barrels per day. Perfect. Okay, and now from there, we are going to want to cancel. This is also very important. Do not forget to cancel once you do have something in production. So now that we are producing our own soda, we can actually cancel both of these contracts. It will cost us a bit of influence. So mind you, you should be in a good spot, especially if you've had relationships with any of these people for any length of time. This year we have 69 points of influence. So basically you go into, you say you're renegotiating. Of course, it's not available for a few days because I just started the contract up. So we'll have to wait just a moment before that's fully available. So you'll want to do the one that's the most expensive for you first. So if you have multiple contracts. Okay, there we go. And now abandon contract. This shouldn't cost us anything since we do have a good amount of influence with her as well. So, yep, owing to your influence with them, agreed to allow you to abandon this contract early with no penalty. Thank goodness. Okay, and then we just wait for the other one to pop up. So I was good to just kind of get ready for it. There we go. And then abandon this soda contract as well, since we do not need to be purchasing it anymore. Perfect. Okay, so now we are good as far as all that goes, and technically we're producing 6 drums of soda per day now. So if anything, we're going from a buyer to a seller. So we find someone who wants about roughly 2 drums of soda per day. That is what we do now. So let's go ahead and negotiate a new contract. Again, soda, sell it this time, and see if we can find one that's roughly, I want to say 2 is what I just said. Yeah, 2. That's our extra production there. So anything that we can find that's 2, actually that's perfectly 2. So this is the one we want. This is exactly the one we want. Perfect. That's awesome. So we'll go ahead and sign that contract. That way we don't get a weird buildup of the soda at our plant. And only one more thing left to do is set up the delivery from here, the soda plant, to our main headquarters yet again, because that's where all the different the sellers or our buyers will come for the product. So there we go. So set that up. Perfect. So that is taken care of now. So there's all our chemical production plants, basically delivery systems. You can actually kind of see where it shows the little line on the map there. So if you want to see how they're moving around, what products are going where, that's the place. So we are selling now chemicals and soda to a limited degree, and using the soda for our glass production, and liquid byproducts are going to our waste facility. So perfect. So we've completed the needs for this plant now. So it's kind of basically, you want to build a plant, figure out all its supply chains to going into that plant, and then from there find out where you need to direct all your resources to come out of that plant, so it just doesn't build up in this particular spot. So that way your tanks don't fill up completely, your warehouses don't fill up completely. This is obviously not showing anything, because as soon as it gets a delivery, it's going straight to production. That's how smooth we're doing things here. Technically, I really don't need a second building here, but it's mainly because I was showing how things work there. So may as well just keep it for now. Might come in handy later on. Again, if like this sand production needs to shut down for any reason, that's when this all shuts down. Your warehouse will kind of, just kind of sit there. And if you're sharing that warehouse between sulfur and sand, it'll just fill up with one product or the other. And you don't want that happen, because then they'll shut down production almost permanently until you figure that out. Sometimes you need to try to build a new warehouse quickly just to compensate, because it's hard to move stuff once it's already there. Okay, let's see if there's anything else that I want to do. Actually, yes. Let's show how we can get rid of waste now. So I'm really just kind of completing the glass production. When it really comes down to it, what I'm doing here is I got all the resources now being produced myself, because obviously this just requires sand, soda. We have a sulfur mine that produces the soda through the chemical plant. Awesome. The sand is directly sourced here, straight on over. We don't need to process it whatsoever, except for this the glass furnace. All right, so I think that part is done there. So we'll just finish off the waste processing probably, and we'll probably end things after that. We are hitting 6 hours now, so only plan to go 5, so I'm already an hour past what I was thinking I was going to do. So waste incineration. This here is what we're going to need to get rid of our solid waste at the very least. The other thing that we can do is the liquid byproduct stockpiles. We're going to need to invest in that fairly quickly as well. Tanks can only hold things for so long. And this holds a heck of a lot more. So let me go ahead and get the waste incineration going on first. We pretty much have almost enough research points for both, so that's kind of cool. So let's go ahead and acquire this first. So now we have our means to dispose of solid waste. So let's go ahead and concentrate on our waste site. These are our processors that we can do. So whenever we set these up, again, there's going to be extras for how incinerating. We actually get to produce some electricity ourselves as long as it's running. So this will be kind of come and go, just depending. It'll take in 4 solid byproducts per day to create 4,000 electricity. I know we're producing a lot more than that, but we'll just get at least one of these in to start with. Let's see, where would be a good spot? That's probably a good spot as any right here. We just need to get the power lines over to it, since it does require a power line right up front there. Kind of an inconvenient spot, but it works. So let's draw that. Should actually go up and away first. That way, in case we need to put a second one in, it won't be too difficult to do. There we go. Perfect. And I think that should take care of that. Okay, so that's decisions times. Okay, so yes, we do want to agree to all those things. So selling the extra soda, that was that particular one. This person here wants to go golfing. Again, that improves influence, relationship, all that good stuff. And this here, we can actually get rid of this particular plant since, or dump, since this one didn't even quite fill up, so that was convenient. Let's go ahead and blow up that particular facility. I'll go ahead and get rid of the road that goes down that way. No need to still have that. Okay, perfect. Okay, don't want to road to nowhere there. Okay, then eventually we'll create one of these once we get it enough research points. We might actually already be there. That'll actually also produce more chemicals, so we can also hopefully upgrade our contract to get rid of even more chemicals before too long. Okay, so let us get to this here. Liquid byproduct stockpile, so we have just enough for that, so we'll go ahead and click on that technology. And now let's probably need to exit. Oh, there it is right there. That's already available. Cool. Okay, so this is the liquid. Actually, I probably could have left that row there since oops, yeah, it's fine. Okay, there we go. So connect those, and that'll basically create a very specific storage unit for the liquid byproducts is down there, and that holds quite a bit of waste, fortunately, until we can learn the next technology in order to get rid of that particular waste. And this will eventually start carrying chemical waste once we are to that point. So once we're able to create our liquid byproduct processor, it'll start burning through the liquid byproducts and producing chemicals. And that'll be stored again in the liquid tanks here over here. Cool. All right, so let's just go ahead and let that do its thing. Warm intro. Oh, sure. Yeah, it never hurts to get an intro with any of these people. Again, just have a quick lunch meeting and you're good. You're golden after that. Never hurts to increase business contacts, basically. Yeah, those are just saying that we did good. But we are moving in a good direction here. We got almost a cool million built up. So that's always pretty awesome. Okay, so now yet another executive assistant decision to make. Let's go ahead and go with research one. Seems like a good one to go with right now, since I've been needing a lot of research. Cool. What is this contract problem? Message from Donald Potts of IZ lands on your desk. I hear you're falling behind on your deliverables. This is going to be a problem. What did I not move enough soda over before? Yeah, it's probably one of those things where I didn't move enough soda over here for it to be ready for the deal. That's probably what it is. So this is where it pays to have basically increased relationships and influence with different people that you meet. So that's why it always pays to, again, go on what we just did, a little lunch or whatever. Let's see. So the different choices are either pay a penalty of 411, decrease relationship by 2 points, or decrease relationship by 2 points and spend 5 influence points. I'm probably just going to pay the penalty so we don't lower our influence with this guy, just in case we need to renegotiate a contract or anything to that effect. So I'm just going to do that one there. And I need to make sure that I'm moving my soda properly over to my headquarters as well. I'll get back to you, Mayor. Let's see. Let me make sure that's actually being stored over here as well. Okay, soda is being moved over there. We should have plenty for what we need because we're doing 2 extra per day. I think that's all this guy wants, right? Quick way to look is just to kind of renegotiate to see what they're actually asking for. Yeah, average of 2 drums per day. Maybe I was just a little late moving things over to it. They're probably asking for it a little too soon. I probably set up this contract a hair early. Again, it helps to kind of get a little stockpile wherever you're in your headquarters if you're going to be selling something before you actually set up a contract. I probably got a little hasty with that one. Just trying to get that off to a start. So, but we should be good now that we have all the proper lines set up as far as I believe. Yep, 2 per day. So yeah, no, we should be doing good with that. So probably just a temporary oopsie is what is happening. Okay, and it does look like we may need more power or something here. Yep, helps click on the right building to find out. Okay, honestly don't know why that's shutting down. Not getting enough electricity. Well, that's weird. That is a conundrum. Yeah, it does look like our power line connector is fully used up. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and pop in another one of these just to be safe. We really should be fine with how things are working, but for some reason doesn't seem to be reading that we got enough. We don't have enough powder, Captain. You know, that kind of thing. All right. So let's go ahead and get built, and we should be good after that. Yeah, so now we have way more than enough of everything going there, so that's fine. Okay, back to the mayor. Sometimes it takes a little bouncing around. Sometimes some of these distractions make you forget exactly what you need to fully set up. All right, so here we go. Back to the mayor. Ann Jenkins here. Some of our city park recreation programs have become very popular. So basically, they want to expand their park. Let's get some regular funding going on because more influence points that way. Never hurts to have more influence with the city, especially if you're cutting close with your things. Plus, it makes your employees happier. So the happier they are, the easier it is to keep production flowing proper. Okay, so I think that's good there. Let's see how many solid waste. Okay, so we have roughly. So you can tell make 2 of these plants here, solid waste incinerators. So let's go ahead and build a second one. As we, oops, wrong button. There we go, the processor. Is there enough room there now? Oh, of course there's not enough room there now. That's fine. We'll build it on this side of the fence. Perfect. There we go. That'll help finish processing all that kind of stuff. What is going on now? Okay, so the mayor yet again. Major player, yada yada yada. What do they want? Oh, city beautification. So yeah, that never hurts. Oh wow, I can really improve relationship and all that fun stuff here. So yep, we'll do that. All right. Was all that. What is the contract problem? What is? We still don't have enough soda. What the heck? That is weird. We may need to pause our contract for a little while. That is a bizarre one. So let's go ahead. If you're ever having trouble with that, sometimes it helps to go to the contracts, renegotiate it, and put a pause on it until you can actually build up a stockpile, because it seems like it's just cutting things a little too close with how things work. So this pauses it for just over a month. Hopefully that'll allow us enough time to get enough soda. I keep saying 2 drums there, so I'm kind of tripping on that a little bit. Usually don't have these kind of issues. Still 2 sodas, 2 there. 48 drums. Are they not moving? Do that to see if that kind of helps. Sometimes things do trip out a little bit with deliveries, I've noticed, randomly like that, but we should be good. We'll have to keep an eye on that to see if for some reason it's just not shipping. I think we're good with, yeah, everything's good there. There's plenty of docks. This shows the bay usage, so this wasn't fully done, then that would be a problem. It is showing only 2 bay usages, so that's kind of weird. Let's just, yeah, that's very bizarre. Anyways, okay, let me just keep an eye on that. Let a few days go by and I'll see if we're having problems delivering from one to the other. Hopefully just messing with things helped a little bit. Okay. Did we not cancel the... Oh... We did not cancel the delivery, I don't think, from... Yeah, I think that's definitely what's happening here. Yeah, we're that's what's doing it. Yeah, this is why you got to go through things very methodically sometimes. I left this delivery going from the soda. So here we go. It's a learning experience here. We still kept the soda from the headquarter complex going to the glass manufacturing, even though we have it going directly from the chemical production to the glass manufacturing. So what we're trying to sell, we're actually just moving it to our production plant instead, which is oopsie. So we need to cancel this one. There we go. So now we should be good. Now all the soda should be going to the right spots. Hopefully we didn't build up too much here. Yeah, plenty of room for everything still here. So we're still good. Okay. Oh, pardon me. Mute the mic for a second there to cough. Throat's getting a little rough, so I'll probably have to. We'll plan on wrapping things up pretty soon here, anyways. But definitely have to wrap things up in a moment here. But yeah, I think I got most things going on. I think the only other thing we can possibly do is just simply researching the liquid byproduct incinerator. It's pretty much the same process as the solid one, except it does produce chemicals, which we can use to increase our sales after getting a supply line going from the waste processing to the headquarters to be able to move that out. And it probably would not hurt to create some tanks, because tanks hold up quite a bit of stuff there. Let's go ahead and slap some tanks there. That way it'll hold the chemicals that are being shipped there, since we don't actually have a facility for that yet. So cool. Otherwise it just gets held at the dock, and that can be a little awkward. It can kind of fill up your dock a little too much. Okay, nothing to report. Wasn't able to find anything in the lab. Okay, you're useless. Thank you. You're fired. No, just joking. We're good. We good. So yeah, we'll just let this get to how much do we gonna need for the liquid byproduct processing? 1100. So once that gets to 1100, we'll build that, and we'll renegotiate. If we don't just let the chemicals build up for a while first, which is probably what we'll do. So yeah, there's all the wonderful liquid waste going into our pit here as it gets delivered. I would imagine that will eventually move into one of these here before long. Okay, so once we do that, then we'll probably wrap up the stram here and call it a day. See if there's anyone that we'll want to raid into after that, but we'll see who's on once we're at that point. Until then, we'll just keep making decisions as necessary. Okay, your answer machine words with an apologetic message from Agnes Hamilton. I'm sorry to inform you, we've run into some hiccups with glass. We're running into storage problems and will not be able to accept your upcoming delivery. What? No, we good. So don't worry, we won't let the occasional hiccups sour our relationship or insist on being compensated. Again, by hovering over the selections, this here improves our relationship by 10. This one actually decreases our relationship by 10, and also, I guess if you're desperate for the money, this may be the route you want to go, but overall, you typically want to improve your relationships, so you kind of got to eat it, so to speak. So we'll go ahead and go with that selection there. We're doing fine financially, so there's really no harm, no foul there. Cool. And then again, once that gets up to 1100, we'll go ahead and put in that liquid. We'll do the research for the liquid waste, put that in, and that should do it for today. Besides any other things that we need to do. So here she is now. So now she's wanting to go to, she's trying to schmooze us again, even though we just got schmoozed. So there we go. Cool. Let's hang out. All right. So now, again, just any decisions that might pop up our way, like that, just keep doing over and over. Okay. I've been interested in investing $150,000. Holy schmackers. The next time you're able to take on a new investor. Okay, cool. So basically this is, unfortunately, since we can only take on one investor at a time, we're kind of out of luck here as far as immediately accepting this. Once we complete our current investor, sometimes we'll be able to take on yet another. Some maps you can take on at least 2 investors, if not more. That's a little bit later on in the game. We're just still on the starting map, so we will just have to say, sure, we'll see you later, buddy. Okay. But that actually is a pretty good one to go with, since our research already is fairly well bumped up. We just have to bump things up a little bit more. Okay, so accidental release of chemicals. Oopsie. Joseph Hogan from the EPA. Our air monitors are that one of your chemical plants at your chemical production complex indicate that an unsafe amount of substances that we deem harmful to health are being released into the air. This is obviously a situation that requires immediate action. So, basically, again, we're going to have a number of selections in order to take care of this. I understand we'll close things down and pay for everything and have everything properly cleaned up. So we will close down our chemical plant for 2 weeks and pay to have the situation dealt with. So this will, at the bare minimum, cost us 75 grand, as well as any contracts that this might put us in violation of. Hopefully we'll be good with this. Since we did pause that one contract, hopefully we have enough soda and stuff like that to sell. I guess it's time to call the fire department and how the response team is up to task. Shut down the plant while the local fire department deals with things. And it can still, that can basically lead to an unknown consequence and everything. And then the final selection, surely we can keep this quiet until while we're cleaning things up. No need to alarm anyone, right? What's done is done, after all. And this is where you can actually use your influence to and we actually have just enough influence if we really wanted to do this, to basically keep things on the hush hush. But again, make decision now. Impact of the decision will be clear in the next day or so. So something, both of these kind of leave things open, the door open for bad things to happen. I always prefer to just, especially since we do have the cash at this current point, to just shut things down, pay whatever minimum things that we got to pay in case any contracts get violated, etc. Just to make sure that, because we have a known outcome. These are a little too unknown as far as my opinions go, even though it says the immediate impact isn't clear. It actually is pretty clear most of the time. We just have a plant shut down. Okay, so that's taken care of, and we're still waiting for our 1100, I believe is what we need to get the byproduct going. And of course we have ads slowly sneaking up again. See if we're done by the time. I might just need to snooze those. See how that works out. Trying to get through this without having to run any more ads. I know that can get a bit tiring when you're watching and it's getting towards near the end of a stream. So all of a sudden ads pop up. Okay, yep. So, oh, he's actually having they would like to buy extra. Ugh. Ugh. You know what? I'm going to say yes, even though I know I probably can't actually meet his demand, just because it will improve our relationship, which will come in handy in just a moment when we can actually meet that contract decision. Yep, here we go. Okay, so here's the EPA again. Let's see. We're trying to raise awareness for a new initiative around recycling. It's all the rage in environmental conferences these days. Yeah, actually, the '80s were when recycling really started to take off, especially with newspapers and aluminum cans and whatnot. Okay. So you can either just totally decline to help, or you can gain influence by a measly $8,000 for the next 6 months, which we'll do because we like the EPA around here. There we go. Because we care about our wonderful Earth in this channel. And I try to roleplay things that as much as possible into any game that I'm playing. Unless it's just not a possibility. Okay, so almost time. I almost got enough research points for that. I probably could have done a few more of these satellites to increase things further, but we're good for now. We'll be there before long. Handful more days in game here, and we'll be there. Never like to pronounce someone's name wrong. I've had that done enough to me in my lifetime. You would not imagine the number of ways I've heard Valencia pronounced, all the extra letters and whatnot. They like doing. Oh man, 8th grade was the worst. I'll just say it that way. I had one teacher who can just never. He literally never got it right. It was actually quite sad. He used to add basically Valencia like with a CH, so Valencia. So I was like, I'm not a chia pet. And then Valencia, so like everything's like pronounced like with a crazy A. So yeah, and then even got even worse with Valencia. It was like, oh my, it was every day it was something different. So roll call was really horrible. Oh, thank you for thanks for the congrats there. Yeah, I hit that right about 2 months ago. Thanks to fellow streamer helping push me. He really encouraged people to join my channel. I super appreciate him. Actually, him and his girlfriend that they actually stream together. Let me just give him the proper shouty there. Who knows yo? They're awesome people. They really helped me a lot with everything so far. I definitely wouldn't be this far in streaming or this confident if it wasn't for them. So. But yeah, no, it's still pretty recent. I still consider myself a new affiliate, even a new streamer. I've only been streaming since March 1st. That was my first stream ever. I want to say this is like roughly my 30th stream. Just over 100 hours streamed. So, not too shabby, I don't think. Finally getting good numbers in here. Hopefully be streaming a lot more soon. Planning to get fiber internet. Hopefully it'll be fully set up this weekend so I can start streaming more days a week. That's one of the main things that's been kind of holding me back. Wife, she works from home a lot, so it eats up a lot of our internet upload speeds, especially when she gets on the Zoom and other chat things like that. And really kind of gets everything laggy here as far as my streaming goes. So hopefully be seeing a whole lot more of me soon. So definitely appreciate you coming in and all the grats and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate all my people, no matter how long you're there or not, even if it's just a quick hello. Always appreciate it. Always trying to spread the positivity and all that good stuff around here. So cool. All right. Sounds good there. Still setting up my channel fully as I try to live life as well outside of the stream here. Usually start streaming. I'm not sure where you're at exactly in the world, but around here it's Pacific time, so I usually start at 9 a.m. That's where I try to start nowadays. I'm trying to get a lot more scheduled up. Try to go at least start at 9. 9 to 2 is my bare minimum. I've gone a little extra today, a good hour and a half past what I usually do. Let me snooze one more time for those ads. Don't want those going. So if you're East Coast, that'd be noon to at least 5 o'clock. If you're any other part of the world, you probably want to check the schedule down below the stream there. That'll give you the exact time zones, and hopefully I'll have my Discord actually fully up and running here pretty soon for people to join, and that'll be another place to figure out when I'm going to be online and exactly what I'll be playing. So yep, so all kinds of stuff. Yep, bounce down. Oh yeah. So still lots of stuff to do, still lots of things to fully set up, all that good stuff, but we're making strides here, and hopefully be a true full-fledged channel before long. So finally got the research points that I wanted, so we're going to go ahead and get the liquid byproduct processing going, and that will take care of that. Unfortunately, I don't have too much left of the stream. My voice is getting a little rough today. Things are kind of dry around here. I know the rest of the country's boiling in humidity, but over here in Southern California, we got the heat, but not the humidity, so things tend to dry out instead. Let's see here. Get on the proper plant. So now we can actually do our liquid byproduct processor. Let's see, where would be a good point to have this? Actually, right over here. That would probably be perfect. There we go. Cool, and that will basically take care of all the liquid byproducts that we're sending over to this plant. So instead of just going into this big old pit, it'll start being burned. We'll get chemicals that go over here, then which we can eventually sell on the occasion to vendors who actually want chemicals if we don't actually use it ourselves in any future production. Okay, so let's see, change the plans. They've canceled their contract. No. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we don't quite have enough influence points. So that's why it's always good to increase your influence points with whoever you got. So okay, so cool. All right, so he did cancel a contract, but that's fine. I wasn't able to really fully produce for him anyway, so that is okay. But yeah, but this is now basically the liquid bioprocessor plant that we have. Any chemicals produces, it will be getting shoved into there, but it will slowly start emptying out anything that gets thrown this way by all my other plants. But yeah, but I think that probably I would say that probably takes care of my stream for today. So I'm going to go ahead and save things so I don't lose the progress. So again, thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Thanks for the follows today. Appreciate it all. You're wonderful people, and we will see you next time.